white people be like. Hello? I'm in your right ear. I'm sorry. My bad. Not my right ear. Both ears, but very close. I'm sorry. Can you fire Nightbot? Problem with Nightbot is that it seems like if someone does the song command and then someone in the next like minute or two does it again, Nightbot like travels back in time and just says the previous song. It's probably like to do with the fucking like Blast FM. I don't know, man. Everything's fucked. It's all screwed up. But the previous song was Too Much Love by LCD Sound System. I love the photo of you as a baby so much. I feel maternal over him. Dude, that baby and fucking Hank Alpaca. Same vibe. Oh my god, also, Henner, I saw you're on the same team as Jakey at the Counter-Strike thing. Good luck. Good luck. He's so nice. Yeah, he's a sweetheart. He's a very nice man. Is he the cousin of Jake 3E? Okay, but you're joking, but like they are related. That was like a whole thing that we found out in New York is that they're related. I brought two random people together and then we found out that they're related. It was like kind of distant, but it was close enough where they could name the common relative without looking it up. Which, like, I don't really even know how it went in that direction, but somehow they figured it out. Larry David finding out he's related to Bernie Sanders. That's funny. That's very funny. Guys, we're back today on what can be described as Thursday night. Many are saying that it is a Thursday night. Whether you agree with them or not, it doesn't really matter. That's what we're going with. Just gonna get some quick stream announcements out of the way. No stream on Saturday because on Sunday I gotta go and I gotta go deal with some shit. So, and then maybe no stream on Sunday. It's just depending on how I get back, how I feel when I get back. But you know, if I come when I come, not if I come, I'm not gonna die. But when I come back, I don't know why I said if. When I come back, um, I'll probably have a lot of really awesome stories. Maybe we'll see. I have to travel back to my old stomping grounds. The old village. I must return. and it'll be interesting. Why'd you say if? I'm scared. No, okay, I'm not gonna die. I accidentally said if. It's when I will come back. I just don't know if I come back on Sunday or Monday. Yeah, Shrek returning to his swamp. Low-key, the only thing that I'm scared of is snakes.
White people.
Rip Aksually real one.
When was the last time you were there? Probably like 10 years. 10 years, but I'm not going to go into specifics about it yet, but I think I'm finally getting all my shit back. The shit that I've been complaining about on stream where I'm like, I don't have my fucking vinyls. I don't have it. I think I'm finally getting it back, which is the great news of the situation. I think I'm finally retrieving my fucking wares. Which is hype. I have a Tribe Called Quest vinyl that I bought with my own money that was stolen from me. And I'm finally going to get it back. But the problem is, and the reason why I think there's going to be stories afterwards is because I actually think I'm going to have to fight like an old lady. But like, not like physically fight, but I think it'll be like an intellectual debate. I think is what's going to occur. So it's going to be interesting. And I'll like be more, more specific about it, I guess, once it's all said and done. Do you want us to join you? Well, no, I don't think, dude. This is an old lady who every like couple months she would threaten to call the police on me for no reason. Like I'd just be walking around. Like I have history with this lady. She would just like randomly like I don't know, like act like I was like doing something crazy, and then she would be like, "I'm gonna call the police on you, little shit," and I'd be like, "What the hell?" Your grandma? No, I don't have any relation to this lady. No relation. Thank God. I got enough of those in my family. Which Tribe album is it? It's the first one. She called you little shit. No, she called me well, she called me tait, which is like it's like a term for little kids in Estonia, and it's like snot. They call you snot. Pretty much is like what you could translate that as. They call you, when you run around as a little boy. What about that drunk old man that stopped to talk to you once? Oh, do you that one was here. That one still lives in my neighborhood. Probably. I mean, maybe he's dead by now. It's been a few years. I think he's lurking somewhere around these streets as I walk every day. I think. I don't know if we're talking about the same one. I feel like I've had a lot of drunk old men approach me in the streets saying crazy shit to me. The one who was telling you how big your hands are? Okay, which one was that? Fuck, I'm like starting to forget some of these old men. God, I'm like running back the archives of like all the random old men I've spoken to in my life. And like it's kind of crazy how some of them are so burned into my mind. The one who was angry at Russians? Yeah, I don't know. Did that guy say I have big hands? I just remember him saying that he wants to buy me a bottle of wine. And then I was like, I don't really want you to buy me a bottle of wine. And then he said he has a gun at home. And then I was like, well, I gotta go, man. I gotta go. He did. He was holding you hostage via hand holding. Oh yeah, because he was like, shake my hand, and then he wouldn't let go. God damn, I was like, I forgot about that. Jesus. So funny how I all remember the details. No, literally. It's kind of good because if I ever forget something, I can just come back to you. A couple of days ago, I think like someone was like, I had another one of those situations where I think I was like in a tight space trying to navigate around someone, but I had my AirPods in, and it was this like big bald dude, and I think he was trying to like make it a whole big fucking deal that we couldn't get past each other, and then he like said something and he laughed, but I had no fucking idea what he said, and then I just like fucking went past. I went past him, and um, that could have been another interaction probably if I didn't have AirPods in. Mom's not looking too good anymore. Maybe a week left. I'm sorry to hear that, Beplet. Wishing you all the best. Friendly fire, yeah, man. The bald friendly fire, bro. The bald friendly fire.
Why you got so many necklaces? Why you got necklace?
Frulo, thanks for the 11 months. Thank you. And Hayden, thank you for the 27 months. So today we're gonna be I don't know. What should we do today? What should we do on this gracious, great day? We can do a little bit more of America Says. But I don't know what else because I'm so fucking tapped out, to be honest. I haven't really been paying attention to what is happening in the fucking universe regarding things to do on stream. It's been fucking Tamagotchi and whatever. Among the Ash horror game. I'm having such a hard time making memes on my island. Like it's taking everything out of me. I mean, yeah, that's why I stopped making them for a bit. I feel like, like I said, man, I already had so fucking many. It's hard to fucking keep track. Yeah, but I only got 6. Well, it's no like rush. You know what I mean? You don't need like 100. You don't need 10 even. As long as you're happy with the ones you got. It's about quality over quantity, man. Guys, should I just buy the digital copy of Tamagotchi Life? I wanted a physical one, but well, I would I don't know what the status is with the physical ones, like if they're rare or they're sold out now or like whatever. Personally, you know me, I just gave in to the digital, and I've actually never owned a physical of a Switch game, to be honest with you. I was low-key hoping that the Mario Kart that if you bought a Switch 2 with the Mario Kart, that you would get a physical copy of it. But no, they just gave you a piece of paper. You know? Piece of paper that's probably already somewhere in a fucking... Probably floating somewhere in an ocean right now. Shot right into the sea as soon as it left my house. Have you heard the new boards of Canada? Yeah, I heard. I don't know if they have like a whole project. I heard like one of the tracks. Oh, because the plastic case is so much better. Oh, listen, whatever. Whatever that shit is, miss me with it. I remember when I first bought my Wii many years ago, and all the physical stuff that came with it. It was peak. Oh, dude. I still have my Xbox games. Wait, bro, I'm gonna get my fucking Bakugans, bruh. I'm gonna get my, oh, bro, I can do a fucking Bakugan collection, which they all look fucking shit because I drew over them with markers because I was like, I can make them look cooler. Oh, it's about to get nostalgic as fuck. I just don't know if any of it is even still there. You know what I mean? That's my thing. Is I don't know if I can get any of it, but I hope I can. I would love to get my Bakugans. I would set them around all around my house. Put them everywhere. My dad homebrewed the fuck out of my Wii. I never had a physical copy except the free Wii Sports /Play. Dude, that's kind of lit though. That's kind of awesome. What would you do if everything was thrown out? I would go, I would say, you got me. I would say, I got fucking owned. Why does this old lady have your stuff? Okay, basically, the old lady doesn't have my stuff. She lives next to the house that my stuff is in, and I'm getting reports out of the village that she is acting really possessive of a house that is not even hers. So then when I'm going to this house, I'm going to have to fend off an old lady whose property it is not even. And I like, it's like listen, this is like a whole fucking situation. Getting reports, yeah, it's like the last few months has been like a lot of shit, like a lot of. It's my head's been like fucked. It's been dealing with a lot of different things. And then all of a sudden, I'm getting like these fucking reports where like information is moving through like 4 different people. Where like, there's this guy who's looking after the house, and he's like, I can't go back there. They're blocking me in. He's like, I can't. They're doing blockades on the road. They won't let me to the house. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on, dude? So I don't know. I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna fucking put my foot down. I'm gonna say, this is my fucking house. This is my house. What's in that damn house? It's not even what's about in the house. It's about what's in the village. And the village it's like actually some fucking Resident Evil shit, bro. It is. I'm telling you, man. It is a village where there are some characters that have just been there for 50 years, and they are very possessive about really the whole area. It's crazy. You're going to come back to stream missing an arm? Dude, imagine if I get like a black eye and I don't even have like a cool story. It's just like, oh, like an old lady threw a lamp at me or like something. Like it's like it wouldn't even be like that lit of a story. They break your glasses. Oh, dude, okay, that would actually piss me off. She violent? I don't know. I mean, I just, she's always been, I was like kind of creeped out because on my birthday, she somehow got in touch with my mother and wished me a happy birthday. And then my mom was like, oh, by the way, the neighbor lady wishes you a happy birthday. And I was like, what the fuck? That's weird. How does she even know it's my birthday? So this is, I don't know. This is like a boss fight. Do you think they would be more lenient on letting you in because you're a historic village figure? I mean, the guy that they tried to block in lives in the fucking village. This guy lives there. But like, this is the thing, man. It's been a while since like I've had you have like a deep heart to heart with like a friend, and you're like, really like laying it out and being like, this is what's going on in my life. I feel like I don't have that many situations where like there's like bad shit that happens that's like obviously serious and like, whoa, this is tough, man. So, but then it's like in the middle of it, there's just like so much fucking weird, random ass shit happening that when I'm like trying to open up about it, I start laughing because I'm like, what the fuck are any of these details? Like, why do I have to randomly do like a boss fight against some like village lady? You know what I mean? In the middle of this like situation where I'm like, oh, this is a really weird time in my life, and then now I have to go like fucking battle a lady in the village. Like I can't even. You know what I mean? I just fucking bust out laughing every single time. I think it's because I'm just constantly fucking surrounded by insane people, and it makes the stories fun, at least. You know what I mean? That's like the positive of it, I think. Can you play Resident Evil Village in commemoration? Maybe we'll do a Resident Evil in the summer. Maybe we'll do a little bit of Resident Evil in the summer. Who knows? Who knows, man? Who knows what game we'll do? Well, maybe we'll do it. But yeah, I'm also I'm getting dude. I feel so fucking. This is the thing is I'm getting a security camera, and I feel weird doing this because I'm so like anti fucking land ownership, but I'm also like I don't want like a old lady to be breaking into my house, so I'm buying a fucking security camera, so I have like a 24/7 view of the house, and I was like looking up videos to like security camera recommendations. And like, oh my god, every person that reviews security cameras, I'm like, you seem like such a fucking piece of shit. Like every video, every YouTuber I watch, I'm like, bro, I just feel like you suck. Like you just suck so bad. Is it fully your house? Like you own it? Yeah, pretty much. It's under my. I have a house, I guess. But the house, it's like a worst house in the universe. Like picture a really horrible house. That, and then picture like a house that's worse than that. Your landlord era? Yeah, dude. I'm gonna have. I probably couldn't fucking rent that shit out for like 20 euros a month. Is this a Sims one? Yeah, it's the Sims one. It's that exact location. Can your viewers rent it out like an Airbnb? Bro, I'm telling you, the energy there is evil, bro. The energy is it's an evil place. If I commit crime, can I hide there like Bucky in Wakanda? Well, I think there's Wi-Fi. So if you want, if you really came to me and said, I want to go live in the Estonian countryside, but I'm pretty sure there's no toilet. I don't think there's a toilet anymore. I don't know what the fuck happened to it. The toilet is, I think, gone. I don't know if someone fucking stole the toilet or like what's going on. There's no toilet. So you would have to go to the woods. I'll leave you a bucket each week. Bro, what do you mean you'll leave me a bucket? What am I supposed to fucking do with your bucket of poop? To get rid of it on your own, man. It's the same house with the poop hole. Yes, the poop hole is probably still there. The poop. I can take a picture. I kind of don't want to because it's all like overgrown and there's, I'm so scared of snakes that I don't know if I can fucking, like my sister's probably gonna have to carry me into the house. But I could send you guys a picture. Well, actually, I don't know. It's like, then I'd be sending you a picture of shit, realistically, and I don't want to do that. So maybe I won't send you a picture of the poop hole at all. I don't even know if I want to look at the poop hole. Put a Ring camera in the pool hole just in case. In the pool. Please, dude, I got so many questions about this house. You know what? Fuck it. Press conference. Ask me whatever you want. Whatever you're curious about, I'll answer to the best of my capability. Exact address? Bro, I don't even know if it has an address. Why do you own this house? Because my father in the 90s had a Baltic German sugar mama, this like 80-year-old lady who had roots in the Baltics, who would revisit. It's like a whole, like, there's like these, it's like a thing, like Baltic Germans. She would visit Estonia, and then she bought a summer house here, and then left it in my dad's name. And then my dad, like, sold that summer house, and then bought this fucking piece of shit in the woods. Bought this piece of shit in the woods, and then raised me in it for like 10 years. You're actually genuinely the funniest fucking person ever. Thank you. Thank you. It was bought as like a project house. How did it get back to you? Let's just say that my dad is no longer in the building. He has been resituated outside of the building, and now I have to go back and I have to fucking fight off the village lady, so I can get access to my vinyls. That, by the way, I bought, and then at some point, my dad manipulated someone in my family and said that I stole the vinyls from him. So he took the vinyls back, and now I need to go. Well, he didn't really take them back. He stole my vinyls. So now I'm going back to get my vinyls, and also to like fend off the old lady that I feel like is breaking into the house as we speak. What's up, Daisy Bip? How long has he been away from the house? About 2 months, a month and a half. But I got final confirmation that he will not be going back to the house. So, you know, will you keep owning the house? Hell the fuck no. I mean, I don't know who the fuck would want it, but I will be looking to get rid of the house. I don't want to keep it.
Have your Toontown Dr. Surly plushie. Nobody will ever steal that shit ever.
Yo, who knows, man? That sounds like you're trying to jinx it. Sounds like you're trying to jinx my Dr. Surly plushie. The way you talk about this old lady is actually scaring me. Bro, okay, here's another thing about this old lady. I can't remember if I said this on stream or if I was telling a friend about this. I looked her up on Facebook like a week and a half ago. Because I was like, I don't know, I was bored. So I looked her up on Facebook. I don't know, I was kind of like, it kind of stayed in my mind that she randomly wished me a happy birthday. So she's able to use a computer. Bro, she's very popular on Facebook. I click on her profile and I'm like, bro, why does she look like she's 19 years old? And then I realized she had like the most insane fucking, like, what are those filters called? Like fucking, no, I don't know. She had like a glam filter on. Face app, I guess. Yeah, it was like a face app thing where she had just like morphed herself into a different person. Yes, yassified. She yassified the shit out of herself. How old would you say she is? Probably like 70 to 80 years old. Are you putting her in Tamagotchi? Can you add her to your Tamagotchi island? That would be fucking crazy. That would that would be. I did put her in The Sims once when I was like 11 or 12, because I was so mad at her because it was when she would like repeatedly. This is like another story that like was a while ago. Like she filmed me driving a tractor when I was like 12, and then she threatened to show it to the police, and that actually really pissed me off. So then I put her in The Sims with like all the worst traits of all time, just to like I guess it's like a therapeutic thing. Does she still have her teeth? You know, I don't have like a dental chart on me. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't really take that into account when I looked at her pictures. Does she live alone or does she have family? She used to live with her. She used to live with like 5 sons, who were all like, you know, like 30, 40 years old. Sometimes because I was like the youngest person in the village. It's a very old village, as most villages are. Most people in the village were, 60 years old. I was like one of the only kids. So I would just sometimes hang out with her 40-year-old sons. What are you going to do if she confronts you when you go back? No, here's what she's going to do. Because she messaged my mom and was like, I'd like to buy the house. And don't get me wrong, this house is a piece of shit. Like, I'm not about to like come into like huge money. I'll probably get like a nice little chunk of change that I'm going to use to like go to a concert. And probably like get a, or something like that. But it's like, it's not going to be like an insane chunk of money. But she was like, I'd like to buy the house. But I think she was low-key trying to like scam my mother, because she thinks that my mom is like really fucking stupid. And she was probably going to be like, I'll give you like 500 euros for the house. Is there a particular reason she wants the house, or is she just evil? Probably because like in her mind she's like, oh wow, then I have both of them. It's like when a celebrity buys like a, when they, you see like those articles of like, oh, celebrity bought the penthouse next to them and is now turning it into a big you know, a bigger penthouse. Maybe she has like a hidden cellar under it. Well, okay, there is a cellar. Here's the thing is, the actual I think the value would come out of the land and like these old stone structures that are on the land from like, because this property is like hundreds, shit's like 200 years old. There's like old stone properties with these like huge stone walls that like animals used to be in. Like it used to be like a big farm, and then there was like at some point like 100 years ago there was like arson or something. I don't remember like the exact lore drop on that, but like some other farmer or some shit like set one of the buildings on fire. And you know, but there's also like this weird kind of cellar thing that I went into like once as a kid, and I think it was like a wartime. It was there for, it hadn't really been touched since fucking war times, because there were these cans full of bread in there. Like these, like, you know, you would get a can opener and open them up, and there would just be like a shit ton of bread in them, just full of cans of bread.
Hi.
Is it actually fully a Resident Evil game? I'm crying. No, I'm telling you, Resident Evil 7 has prepared me for this, bro. Did you taste it? I think I did. Like, obviously I didn't like eat like all of it, but I think I like took a little bit, and I didn't die. There just wasn't a lot to do. You know, it was just a place where there was fucking nothing to do. So sometimes you would do stupid shit like that, where you would eat the 100-year-old bread. Tell us if it's still there. There's no way I can get into the cellar. It's probably collapsed. I feel like there's like a bunch of shit that's probably collapsed. It's you know, stream from it. Oh hell nah, bro. Also, there's you know, there's a moped somewhere on the property. I don't think the moped would start, but there is a moped somewhere. So that's a little extra something, a little, you know. Now I'm actually scared you might not come back from this whole boss raid. Don't worry, I'm not going alone. I'm bringing backup. I'm not, you know, this isn't like soloing the fucking CEO on Toontown. I got my team with me. I got, you know, I wouldn't be able to get there by myself because I don't have a driver's license, frankly. So, but yeah, the things I'm looking to recover are, number one, my birth certificate. Because, all right, here's a little extra lore drop. I think I recently discovered that my father is actually not on my birth certificate. So I'm looking to get that so I can get proof that he is actually legally not my father. And it's somewhere in there. It's somewhere in the house. Which, when I like go more into detail about like everything that's been going on, this is good news for me. But then I want my bunny that I was gifted when I was a baby. I want that. Is no one on it? No, my mom is on it. You know, I was. It's not like an actual Dr. Doofenshmirtz fucking backstory, where my parents didn't show up to my birth, but you know, yeah, and then Bakugan's. Girl, I kid you not, my mom put a fake name as the father. No, yeah, mine was, I think from what I hear, mine is just empty. I don't know if that bunny is still alive, bro. Yes. No, it will be alive. It'll be 30 years old and it'll be alive. You should put someone like cool like Jay Leno. Okay, I'm not like looking to fill the space. I'm just looking to have a piece of paper that says I'm not related to this man legally. And then it'll be lit. It will be good for me. Is your room just perfectly preserved from when you... No. This is the thing is, I think the room that I used to live in is completely fucked. Like, beyond
White people be like,
any fucking recognition. Because at one point, when my dad lived there, he still had like the farm animals and shit. And at one point, he just put the fucking sheep into my bedroom. So I think there's like just mountains of shit, like unironically, like not even just saying it. Like I mean literally mountains of shit. I'm dead serious. I'm sure the bunny's still alive. Okay, just to clarify, it's a stuffed rabbit. It's not a real. It's not a real bunny. It's like a stuffed bunny. If it was a real rabbit, it would be like dead as hell. It would be. But it's a stuffed rabbit. And then there's like I don't know. Is it like the whole house setup is fucked up because when my grandma died, there was like a bunch of like old furniture passed down, and there was this like huge, massive, I don't even know what kind of like wooden contraption it was. It was like something to do with like making rugs or something. It was massive. And then my dad said, I need that. And we didn't have space for it. So he just turned a whole room of the house into a room to store this like massive contraption that was like obviously dismantled for transport and then never reassembled. So that's there. And the last time I was there, the house also had like huge fucking rats in it. And I don't really think that, those have vanished. Those are probably still there too. Classic hoarder father move. Yeah. And then, there's like a thing here called like the barrel sauna thing where it's like kind of like a hot tub, but it's more like old school where you have to put like wood in it and shit. We used to have one of those on the property, and then I think that's like just like full of. Apparently, he started using that as like a garbage can, so it's full of like trash bags. Do you have a hazmat suit? No, don't worry. I'm going with gear. I'm going in with gear. Can you stream it like the Dan Giesling missing iPad stream? There is a part of me that's like, what if like she goes live on Facebook? Because I was like looking at her Facebook and she gets like 80 likes a picture, bro. For like an old lady, that's like fucking viral, dude. That's crazy. So your father was living and pooping in this house until recently? Yeah, until like February. Until he was forcibly removed from the house, which, by the way, this wasn't like a landlord move, okay? I didn't call the government on him to be forcibly removed from the house. He was just, circumstances happened where he had to be removed from the house, and now he cannot return to the house. So I can go into the house. But it was like dude, the whole story behind that too is like, okay, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care. I don't know why I'm like teasing like a big drop. I'll just fucking talk about it. Basically, 2 months ago, I got a call where they told me like your dad is about to die, and I was like, okay, whoa, that's crazy. It was like a weird moment for me where I was like, oh my god, he's gonna die, right? I've never really been close. I haven't been close with him in like a long time, so it wasn't like a super emotional moment. It was more so like a weird kind of situation where I didn't really know like exactly what to feel. but so I was like, oh my God, he's going to die. Because, you know, he had like some kind of emergency. But then also I was like, well, good luck. Good luck to y'all. I'm not getting involved in this. Because I didn't want to. And then like a week goes by and I'm like, oh my God, he is not dead. And there's like a whole history of this man saying that he's going to die and then me being like, oh my God, he's going to die. And then he doesn't die. And then I'm like, oh my God, I've been fooled. I've fallen for his tomfoolery once more. So after like a week, I was like, oh my God, he's not dead again, which I was like, okay. Am I allowed to type OMG, bro? You're allowed. I don't care. I'm not like, but then, yeah, he was in a situation where basically, he had developed a condition and he was like laid up on the floor and he couldn't get off the floor. And this guy in the village who I mentioned earlier, who was getting like blockaded, he couldn't traverse through the roads. He's like this, like, you know, he's like a simple rural man where he saw an old man who clearly nobody fucked with. And he was like, well, I got to help him if nobody's going to help him. So he's a kind man. He was like going to, you know, take care of him. And he was like, I don't know what the fuck to do. Like this old man is like on the floor and he refuses to get in the bed or whatever. And then, some kind of like, while he was on the floor, apparently all he asked for was like, I just need vodka. Just give me vodka, which is like the most fucking, it is the most like typical fucking situation for this region of the world. He just kept saying like, I just need vodka. I need to give me more vodka. Bring me vodka, which like, you know, this guy would bring him vodka and then apparently he would get drunk and then he would start like yelling at the guy. So the guy was like, well, I'm not bringing him any more vodka because he drinks the vodka and then he starts yelling at me. So it was like a whole thing of like, okay, I'm done with that. And then he called like a social worker that he knew, was like, yo, there's this like old man that is laid up in this house. And like, I think he needs help, but like, I don't know what to do. So then the social worker pulled up and was like, oh shit, okay, well we gotta get you to a hospital. And then he yelled at the social worker, so the social worker went away and then came back with like an army, from what I hear, an army of like police officers, firefighters, and an ambulance, because even though he was immobile, like he couldn't move, they were still like, this guy is insane. So we need to you know, form like a whole operation to take him away. So then they extracted him from the house and they fucking got him out of the house. And long story short, I think they like amputated his leg or something. I really haven't got into like the real specifics of that because frankly, I keep away from that man. I protect my peace. I stay away. I don't care. You know what I mean? It's just, chapter is closed for me. But then the reason why the birth certificate comes in is because he's obviously not fit enough to live on his own anymore. So he needs to be put into like a care home. And they were starting to ask me to help pay for it. And I was like, fuck no. I am not fucking paying for this man's retirement. Okay, I don't care. Hell fucking no. Fortunately, you know, I recently like got in touch with two of my sisters who I share with that man. And they were like really, really sweet about it. They were, because like as soon as, you know, we started getting the news that we might have to like start covering for some of the fees, my oldest sister called me immediately and was like, you don't have to worry about this. Like, this isn't yours to do at all. Whatever happens, your sister and I will deal with it. This isn't like your thing to worry about at all. but then she also just like randomly dropped this like info on me where like she was like, oh yeah, by the way, there's you're not on the birth certificate. Like he's not on the birth certificate, so you're not related to this man legally. So they can't force you anyways. And I was like, okay, well that's kind of a crazy thing to just like drop at the end of the call because I didn't know that. Because I was like, okay, that's interesting. That's, you know, I always just kind of assumed he was on that. So is he even your dad? He is my father, unfortunately. I have had those moments where, you know, you start to reach adulthood and then you look in the mirror and you see your father's face and you realize like, well, there's no escaping it. You know what I mean? And then like relatives come up to you and it's like, oh my God, you look exactly like him. And then it's like, well, yeah, well, I guess, you know, is he bald? No, that comes from my mom's side of the family. Don't be rude about this. I've started kind of liking him. Dude, you and literally everybody. I'm going to be honest with you. I hijacked his Facebook today because I was bored. So I logged into his Facebook because I was like, I don't know what he's been posting on there. He hasn't used it in a few years, but I was like, I just wanted to like see what he was up to. And dude, he has like 2,000 friends. He had 2,000 friends and his posts were like doing fucking numbers. And all his fans have drowning and otter emojis in their names. Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of overlap. I'm really fortunate that he didn't stream because it would drain my view count. Let me like show you. Well, dude, he was posting like a lot of memes. Let me show you this like one meme that I saw. Wait, actually like a couple. Because like, okay, here's the thing is, one of the things that I kind of I've been like pretty open about it. Like the reason I don't talk to him is because he was like a very abusive father. He was like most of like the range of abuse. Like I've experienced it all under him. But like I don't really like the whole thing on stream where it's like, you know, I don't blame anyone, but I've like dealt with it. I'm dealing with it. It's like I'm in like a way better place. So I really enjoy just kind of like hyping him up as this like caricature. You know, like most of the stories that I've told him about on stream are these like kind of ridiculous things that he would do. Because I do think that they're fucking just really funny stories. And it's just kind of like, it's just like a better way for me personally to, you know, go about it on stream. But yeah, he had this like, hold on. I'm not going to, this isn't going to dox him. He didn't make these memes. I don't know where he found them, but yeah, okay, here it is. Here's one of his bangers. I found this on his Facebook page. To all the bitches who wear band t-shirts just for fashion, fuck you. He posted that. And then he posted this. How old is Ringo Starr? 78 years. How long do stars live? 10 billion years. And then there's like a lot of like he was like I was under the impression he was dead for so long. You're telling me he's still out there? Yeah, he's currently still out there. He was posting like a lot of like like Beatles memes. There was this like one he posted where it's like the Abbey Road cover, but it's like John Lennon and George Harrison. shaking hands, and then he like put a quote where it's like, he like put it in quotation marks. It was like, "I'll see you on the other side, brother." Like it's like I've always just been so fucking fascinated by him, because he was obviously like, there was this like really dark and like horrible side to him, but then there was also this like really fucking weird. Well, like, you know, he was like a huge hippie back in like the 60s and 70s. Which, you know, he's very old, as I've mentioned many times on the stream, is my whole like thing about having like an old father. Like I think he's currently like 75 or something like that. So it's you know, it was, I did look at his DMs as well, and I was kind of bracing for impact, because I've seen his emails before. I've seen him like trying to respond to scam emails that are like obviously trying to scam him, where they're like, "Oh, my pussy is wet and I'm in the area. Would you like to talk to me?" And then he would respond and be like, "Oh my god, where are you?" So I was like, kind of like, I'd already seen all of that, so I was like, I can't see like anything worse. And it was kind of funny, because the same thing was happening on Facebook, because he has this like really cool profile picture of himself when he's like 23 years old, and he's like smoking like looks like a joint, and he's got like this long hair, and he, you know, like full hippie vibes, and it's his profile picture. And then like someone messaged him and was like, do you still look like you do in the pro? It was like they messaged him saying hello, and then he said hey, and then they replied back like, do you still look like that? And then he didn't reply, and then whoever this like scammer was replied back 2 days later being like, okay, I'm sorry. So there was like a lot, it was like a lot of that, where like these people that he would friend on Facebook would hit him up, and then I was like reading through these other messages, and he was like messaging people being like, what the fuck is WhatsApp? This guy, I've been talking to this guy from Tanzania all night. We've been having great talks, and he's telling me to install WhatsApp. What is WhatsApp? Where do I get WhatsApp? So there's a lot of gold. But then yeah, it's you know, once he was extracted from the house, a full fucking like Rainbow Six Siege style fucking extraction. It obviously like word went around the village that like he wasn't in the house anymore. And it's just like, normally I wouldn't care that much, but it's just like the history that I have with this lady, where I'm like, I literally today I called my aunt, because I was like, well, I got to go there to like look at the situation. And then my aunt told me the story of how the guy from the village called her and was like, he's scared to go back because they keep blocking the road every time he goes there. So it's like, you know, that kind of activated me, and I was like, well, I got to go there and like show my face so that maybe she like backs off. Cause like, I don't know. They're very weird people. They've always been really weird. They have like, you know, there was like a lot of shit they did, which like normally I'd write this down to like, my father's always been like quite conspiracy theory oriented, but there were multiple times when I was there as a kid where it felt like they would fuck with our shit during the night. Like they would set our dogs loose or something. Like they would let our dogs out of the little area that they were in, and then they would like complain that your dogs got out. Like it was like a lot of like weird neighbor beef like that. Because Because I think before we moved into the house was largely unoccupied for like 10 years or so. And then when we moved there, they got like really weird and possessive about the fact that someone lives there now. So it was just like from frame one, there was just always like this kind of tension and just like weird fucking beefs, man. The most like fucking petty shit of all time. So, you know, that's why I gotta go there. I gotta go there this weekend. And I haven't been there in 10 years. So it's gonna be weird. Like, you know, this is all weird. This has all been really weird. When I thought my dad was dying, it was like it was like a whole wide array of emotions, and there was a lot to deal with. There was a lot of like fucking like family politics and like a lot of separate sides of the family who like don't like each other, all communicating through me, and then me having to kind of like somehow create like a barrier of, or like a line of communication between these people. So the past like 2 months have been really fucking weird. Is like the best way to call it, you know. But you know, I remember you alluding to all this. Yeah, I remember alluding to it too. And when I alluded to it, I thought he was gonna die, and then he didn't. And now it's like, now I gotta go fucking fight an old lady. So, I don't know, man. It's weird. It's just like, all of it is weird. It's so weird. And you will win. I mean, I don't really see a universe where I lose. You know what I mean? I don't think that's possible. Maybe, you know, I will practice my awesome speech to her when she's definitely gonna come talk to me. So I'm gonna have to like tell her to stop fucking like running the roads. Because from what I understood, it happened twice. One time when he was trying to leave the house, they pulled a car on the road and just like blocked the road with the car, and then told him that you got to stop going there. You're not allowed to go there. Which is like, who are you to say this? And the other time, while he was like driving away or some shit, she like jumped out in front of the road, and he had to hit the brakes. And then she said like, stop coming here or some shit like that. So it's like, it's kind of creepy vibes. It's giving creepy. It's like a little bit weird. But you know what? At least like, you know, if I die, I have a testimony on stream, right? Nah, I don't think I'm gonna die. It's not like if this was like rural US where like people were fucking had guns and shit, I think I'd be scared. The worst case here is that like maybe she has like a pitchfork, and I'm gonna have to like run, which, you know, I'm quite unfit, but I think I can outrun like an old lady, to be honest. And also, like, you know, my dad was like, as one of his like famous manipulation techniques towards the last few years, he's been really into, you know, he's been saying that he's a psychic or whatever, and he has this like big thing that he spins around to like read people's energies or whatever the fuck. And apparently like when they took him away from the house, he was like, I need my thingy. I need to spin my thing, and they didn't give it to him, so I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna take his little spin thingy. Just as like a little W. I don't know. I'm gonna be doing some fucking petty ass shit in that house. I'm gonna be looking through every fucking drawer. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be taking his fucking computers. I'm gonna take everything. I'm actually like I'm just like extracting the whole building of everything that's inside of it. Please invite demons into it, bro. This is the start of a horror movie where a non-believing city slicker enters the rural house of a witch, going in there, shrugging shoulders, being like, "Huh, yeah, whatever." And then he takes the mystical, magical object with him, and all of a sudden, weird things start happening. You know, like this is like this. I could, this would be like a pretty predictable movie, but a movie nonetheless, I guess. So, man, you really need to wear a hat or a cap or something. Dude, look at this shit. Look at this motherfucker's chat messages. Look at this. Man, why are we watching this? Man, you really need to wear a hat or a cap or something. Like, Chud laugh on point. Like, what the hell is this? Yo, bro, love the cut. Bro, you should take LSD on stream. So funny. Are you a chud? Man, shut up, please. You are yapping way too much. Like, who the fuck is this? Obsessed with that? No, what the hell? It's your dad? I low-key don't think they're letting him near a computer. But that would be crazy. Anyways, yeah, I can't really think of anything else. Any questions? I'm open to. If you have a question, I'm open to it. If not, then I don't know. We can fucking watch something. Are you okay? I'm all right. It's been weird. It's been weird. It's something that I'm handling. As a nosy person, I love how much you share about this, not gonna lie, and also in a world full of people who are too afraid to talk about their insane families, it's refreshing. I think it's just like, sometimes, number one, I am like, I get in my head about it where sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm like trauma dumping. But I feel like it's kind of, when I find someone who's given like an interview about their weird family, their weird like parental relationships, I really enjoy listening to it because it makes you feel less crazy. Because I lived, I've talked about this where when you are born into like a weird environment, maybe not a good environment, and that environment has all you know, then number one, you kind of develop the sense that this is normal and that this is how you're like supposed to this is how like everyone's life is. But number two, you also just you don't really have a clue that, once you kind of start to realize that, okay, this is not a good situation, or this is like a really weird situation, then you kind of worry that you might be the only one. You know what I mean? So a lot of my adulthood, I just felt really isolated because I felt like everyone in my, I would go over to my friends' houses and they were like, like the fucking picture perfect family where like the dad comes home from work and says, honey, I'm home. And then the parents like kiss in front of you and you kind of go like, oh, what the fuck? Parents aren't supposed to fucking kiss. So you're thinking about this like, oh my God, like there's no, like, I have been born into a one of a kind situation, which really isn't true. That I feel like there's a lot of different situations that people are going through, like a lot of domestic shit, I went no contact with my dad, and he sent me an audio file of him rapping over the beat of 2013 hit Crickets by Drop City Yacht Club. Not even a rap about me, it was just a freestyle. That's fucking funny, man. That's funny. So, you know, and yeah, you know, that's also a good thing. It's like when it makes you, when you have like some chill ass parents and you hear shit like this and you're like, oh my God, I love my parents. I think that's beautiful too. You know, I think that's great. It's yeah, I don't know. I haven't talked to my dad since regularly. I haven't talked to him in a decade or more. There was like a point in I think like 2018, 2019 when he like briefly got in contact with me. He like managed to get a hold of me, and he was like trying to kind of, you know, he heard that I was making money, so he was like trying to get money out of me. He was like trying to guilt trip me. He was like, "Oh, everything aches," and I was like, "Cool." I was like, "That's awesome, dude. Good luck, bro." And then, yeah, the last thing he ever said to me was, "Just name me one thing I ever did wrong to you." And then I laughed and I hung up the phone, and I've never spoken to him since. So that was like the last. I was like, holy fucking shit, that's crazy. I was like, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Like, if you wanted like a little bit of money from me, like you should have, you know, played it a little bit differently. Maybe like a sorry here or there. Maybe that would have like cranked up the percentage a little bit. But like, I've been pretty ruthless about it, and it's been good. Because he has always had this magical fucking spell on people. He is an incredibly charismatic man. It is dangerous how charismatic he is. I think he's like lost some of it now in his old age. But he really puts people under a spell. And my whole kind of life, after distancing from him, has been trying to break people out of that spell. You know what I mean? And it was really annoying. Is your dad like a cult leader or something? I mean, I think he was like in the process of probably forming a cult. Unironically, like he was like kind of taking the steps towards it, because he was really kind of selling people this idea of that he's like a magical cure and he can see the future and like whatever. And there a lot of people, because there was a point in his life where it felt like he had like no contact with anybody again. Like he lost touch with everybody. And then he all of a sudden developed this like healer status. And from what I was hearing, there were a lot of like, there were some very successful people who traveled to this exact house that I'm going to this weekend to get healed by him. Like people that are like quote unquote famous in Estonia went to his house to be healed. Like that's the kind of shit that like people were telling me over the past like 5 years. And the whole time I was like, bro, this is the most like, I was like, because this is the thing is, Estonians are so fucking annoying, because they're like, oh, we're atheist. We don't fall for any of that fucking religious crap. But they will then find like a magical healer on Facebook that they will just fucking devote their life to. You know what I mean? Like, it just means that people are always looking to kind of fill this void in their life, I guess. And for Estonians, it is healers who will charge them like 100 euros per heal, basically. So, you know, David Lade, YouTube star, birthday January 29th, 1998, actually went to his place. You know, the only reason I know who that is because of the fucking famous birthdays. That's literally the only reason. So yeah, very charismatic, very insanely charismatic guy. It's been only in the last like 2 years that I've been able to like break through to the majority of the people and be like, this guy is not good news, guys. And a lot of people, which is like, this is the thing is, it was a really fascinating experience because it did have me think. Because with both of my parents, I'm on a way better, obviously, relationship with my mom. I have, I wouldn't call it like a beautiful, perfect relationship, but I have a way better understanding with my mother. With both of my parents, I'm like, I can look back and be like, okay, I have very obvious problems with blah, 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 blah. But I also, at a certain point, went down like this huge rabbit hole where I was just like, I need to understand them. I need to understand why they became the way they are and how that like kind of, reached me eventually. Because it's just like, I guess it's like good to know. I don't know. So, I was doing that with my dad. And I've also like talked at length about like all of these like successes that he had when he was younger. Cause like the reason why he became like this is because he had like an empire, and he lost all of it, like pretty much right before I was born. So I couldn't really even like cash in on like the rich dad nepo baby status because like he just fell the fuck off right before I was born. Which is like so fucking annoying, but like whatever. But then I was like, I was like one of the first people that heard the news that like, okay, so because this is another like little side story. The social worker randomly fucking hit us with like, I don't know like where she pulled this fucking number out of. She talked to the guy in the village and was like, yeah, it's not looking good. He's probably gonna fucking die. It's looking like 50-50. Like I think he's gonna fucking die. So like that was the information that reached us that like he's dying. And then it turned out that like the situation is a little bit different. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, that social worker, I think like maybe was like talking about things that maybe were not perfectly her place. But I was calling people and I was like letting them know, that like this is the situation, and nobody cared. Literally everybody's reaction was like, please just don't make me deal with it. And I was like, I get it. Like I 100% get it. And even Prezzo ghosted me. That's the thing is, and I'm not mad at Prezzo for this. I think it's funny as fuck because this was when Prezzo was going through a lot of things and he was really busy. I messaged Prezzo and I said, dude, I think my dad is about to die. And I got no response for a week. And it was like, I think like 5 hours in, I remember I saw like he didn't respond. And I immediately thought it was funny as fuck. I felt so fucking bad. Yeah, because I knew that you would feel bad. I like knew that you had like a lot going on. And I knew that you would probably feel bad. And I was like, it's like no big deal. Because I was already like also at that point, I was talking to someone else about it. And then I was like, oh, in a way, I don't even feel like unpacking all of it right now again. So it was so good. I just thought it was like funny as fuck. But literally like I called my sister and I was like, okay, yeah, here's the thing is like, I think he's going to die soon. So like, this is like a whole situation we got to deal with. And then my sister hit me with, it made me laugh so hard in the moment. Cause it just like, everything was so absurd. And I didn't know what to feel. And my sister said like, well, let's hope he waits until spring because it'll probably be really fucking annoying to bury him during the winter. And I was like, holy fuck, dude, that is so fucking funny. Like, I don't even know how she cooked that up. Because this is another thing that like, I've learned a lot through my life about grief, because I've lost people in my life that I really appreciated and loved and that held a special place. And I've also lost people that like I just fucking didn't like at all. And obviously it like rises, there's conflicting emotions that become involved. It's not like, most of the time it's not black and white. But there was like a point in my life where I was like, I felt guilty. I felt guilty for not feeling sad that someone had died, which was relating to my grandfather. I really just, I didn't like him. He wasn't a great person. And when he died, I really didn't care. And I felt really guilty about that more so than anything. So it was kind of refreshing to be in an environment where everybody's just kind of open about it, where it's like, well, you know, it's kind of like a tragic story of a man who kind of went down this like really weird path. But at the same time, it's like, you know, it's life. You don't have to pretend to do this ritual for someone that isn't worth it, realistically. Because also, like, last year I went to my uncle's funeral, and that was also kind of like, it was like a, you know, I think it was like harder for my uncle's side of the family, but he was also like kind of like an interesting figure in my life and other people's lives, where like we didn't really get along with him that well. And then during like the after funeral dinner, his brother, which like you can trust a brother to keep it real in that situation, his brother just like stood up to like give like a, you know, like a toast, and he said like, well, when the priest was reading the obituary, I don't know who that was written for, but I think he picked up the wrong piece of paper. And then everybody laughed. And it was this like moment of everybody, like the tension was released, because it's like it was like a subtle acknowledgement where it's like, okay, there's obviously parts of this that is sad, but like also we're low-key thinking like, man, I know this guy was like a fucking ass sometimes, you know. So it's nice. It's a nice kind of healthy way to be in the moment, because you know, I've been sad over it for sure too, more so just because like trying to just kind of like putting it all in perspective, and like kind of thinking back like, oh man, like when I was a kid I thought this guy was the coolest. Like it's just kind of like resurfacing like a lot of that kind of shit. And then I processed it. I kind of let myself be like a little bit weirdly sad about it. And then now I'm like, well, I got to go fucking clean up that fucking house. I got to go clean up that shit, bro. I got to fucking... This is the thing is, when I was on the phone to my aunt today, there's a mystery. And it's a mystery that I'm really fucking scared about. Because, like I said, rumor has it there's no fucking toilet in the house. So the mystery is, where was he going? Where is the shit? Was he like going under a tree? Was he just like, did he at a certain point give up and start shitting in the house? Like, am I about to walk into the house and there's just like shit everywhere? I don't know, man. That's like honestly my number one worry, is that I'm going to walk in there and there's going to be like, I don't know what's going to be in there, you know? And then it's like, I don't know. I'm going to have to clean up poop. I'm so excited. Birth certificate under the poop. Yeah, I got to shovel out my fucking birth certificate. I also learned sometimes grief doesn't hit you right away, which is annoying as fuck too. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It hits you in random ass moments. It hits you in like really really random moments. Did the nice rural farm man tell you anything about the state of the house? I haven't directly spoken to him yet. I think I'm gonna call him tomorrow and like let him know that I'm pulling up because I need keys from him. So I'm gonna be, you know. Dude, this is so fucking funny, man. Look at this fucking profile picture. It's happening. My father is probably gonna die. No response for a week and a half. Man, this was not the message to miss. Which, like, It was just funny, man. It was funny, and it actually, yeah, it happens. You know what I mean? It happens. There's been moments in my life where I've been caught up in my own shit, and I've missed something in someone else's life, and then I've gone back and I've been like, I'm sorry, bro. I feel really bad, and they've given me the grace, and it's a beautiful moment. So I give, it's literally. I was quick with the happy birthday at 9 a.m. No, no, yeah, you recovered. You pulled it back. Um. So yeah, no, I think what was weird to me is the idea of kind of coming to face the reality that even though like I didn't talk to my father, it was more so like kind of the idea of saying like my dad is dead was like really weird in my head. You know what I mean? That's kind of like what was ringing in my head a lot, was saying that out loud. And that's what I was thinking of for most of the time when I thought he was going to die. And to be honest with you, it's like a thing where I don't know if he has like long left. So I think it's gonna like happen relatively soon anyways, like, maybe in a year or two. But I guess I got like a warm up for it. I got my practice in for it, so it's all good. Something where it's an important event, but you don't really care. Yeah. Think grief has gone more angry for you over the years or sadder? I feel like um that's a good question. That's a good question. It's I think there's a lot of like, it feels like every time that I develop an understanding of it and then I'm in that situation again, I feel like I'm back at zero in a way. Because there's, as much as I try to like give myself the kind of grace to understand that grief is like it's like such an overwhelming emotion that your reactions aren't really going to meet any sort of expectation, because like uh you don't really, I don't know, I think you're kind of, your nervous system is pulling out like all the fucking stops trying to like understand what's happening in your brain, you know. So I don't know, I feel like every time it's different. Because when I was younger, I really feel like every time I was in the middle of it, the initial month would just be like this weird fucking numbness, this weird like, where it's like I feel like I'm not feeling enough. I feel, even when it was like someone that I appreciated, I would just be like, I feel like I'm not feeling this like overwhelming sadness. I just feel numb. And then that's why I love the LCD Sound System song Someone Great so much, cuz that's a song about the lead singer's therapist dying, which is like a very interesting form of grief, because it's, you know your therapist is someone that you have a really fascinating relationship with, where it's obviously like medical and professional, but you're divulging all this intimate information to this person, and so it's obviously must be weird to one day wake up and like you find out that your therapist has passed away. Um and there's like a few lines in that song where it's just like, I'm like, this is so fucking perfect. Like the line about him saying like the coffee doesn't even taste bitter. Because like I that's like my number one thing that's always been when I'm going through grief, is that I go outside and I'm just like seeing like the birds are still fucking flying around, and um the clouds are moving about, the wind is blowing in my face, and I'm like, it's still happening, everything's still moving forward, you know. Um so it's a great fucking, it's an amazing, it's one of my favorite songs ever. I think it's really good. Um so yeah, no, I don't know. It's it's like grief really is like a thing where it's like really easy to give the fucking post match interview, but like fuck me, dude, the match is a struggle. The match is a struggle every single fucking time, bro. It's just doesn't it's something new every single time. Hunter, thank you for the 19 months. I love you, Hunter. I love you. Hey, Romy Bunny, Mr. Ed Awesome, Sheila, Fly Fisher, Boob, Meep Moment, Frulo, Hayden, Solar Adrift, Eli Black, Tiny Teeth, Lauren Gibb, Kibian, Ace. Okay, yeah, wait, those two were from yesterday. Anyways, I just wanted to hit those real quick because I haven't thanked subs today that much. Oh yeah, and then someone asked like, how did I like learn about like my parents passed, and it was like a lot of interviewing my family members. Like, and by interviewing, I mean genuinely, literally interviewing. Oh, Odez, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you. I have like audio files where I've interviewed a bunch of my family members. Like I gave them a microphone and I put headphones on them like they were on fucking Joe Rogan. And then I would just ask them, number one, to like kind of recite their life from the day that they were born. Because, you know, it's like you're not going to get an unbiased view. What you're going to get is a different, every person knows someone differently. You know what I mean? Everyone gets a different version of someone. You don't share the exact same version of a person with anyone else, really. But this is like dependent on so many factors, you know, how close you were with them. And also like if you were their sibling, then you knew them since they were a kid. And that, you know, obviously brings in dynamics of its own versus whether maybe you were a child of theirs, which means you also are seeing a lot of sides of them that a lot of other people don't, you know? So there's like no objective way to really fucking find out what happened in a person's life, because as you realize that you're talking to these people, you're getting like a whole different bunch of versions. But it kind of develops like a picture, like a general picture. And it's been interesting, which is also why I loved Sentimental Value as much as I did. And, you know, some people were kind of being like, this is kind of like fucking whatever. But for me, it like came at like such a perfect time where I was literally, as I was in the middle of like reading through like literal like archives of like my family tree and like trying to understand who was what, and just kind of at the very least trying to understand some kind of just trying to humanize these people who for literally all of my childhood were just these like kind of scary black and white pictures on my wall, because that's what a lot of my grandparents were, because, you know, my dad was so old. My grandfather died in the 80s and my grandma died when I was like a little boy, so I didn't really even know them. And then, you know, my great grandparents, they were born in like the 1800s and died in like the 60s or 70s. So I just like I was not even in like the same realm as them. You know, one thing that I've learned throughout this whole process is that everyone has that one family member that they have like an insane fucking biased view of. And they get like really weird about it. They get really weird about it. And, you know, as you're like kind of getting like everyone's side of like this one person, it's like you're going into like territory where like some people get like really protective and like others are like, oh, we're going to sweep this under the rug and we're going to sweep that under the rug. And it's like there's a lot of like knots that it's just kind of like hard to untie them. But nonetheless, I've been doing it a little bit. I've been poking the bear a little bit because I'm just like, well, you know, I would kind of love to develop a further understanding of like in general what happened with his family, because that was another, you know, reason why I finished Twin Peaks at like a perfect time as well, because obviously Twin Peaks is like this like over, it has like a lot of themes of like generational trauma and you know how it's like carried forth and whatever, and it like really hit super hard for me when I finished it. It was like, it was just one of those, I don't know, like I went for like so many walks just to think about Twin Peaks. Like I would go sit under a tree just to think about it. Because it was you know the I did this like whole long write up post on Tumblr for it that I didn't end up posting. I don't know why. I wrote it and then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna keep it. But it was just kind of like kind of the idea of like when I was a kid, I didn't really even understand, because like my sisters never really at that point even weren't that close to my dad, and I didn't really understand why, because I had so little understanding of anything that had happened. You know, I would look through these photo albums that we had in our house, and I would see all of these like family events. Like my family used to be really tight. Every Christmas, the house would be full of like 15 people, everybody with their kids. Everybody was together, and all the pictures, they'd be smiling. And then, you know, it was like that developing that slow understanding where the facade fades, and like seeing that there was like a lot more behind those smiles and those pictures than what I knew at the time. And then, you know, kind of seeing, hearing everyone else's different stories, some of which were unique and others were like, oh my God, we went through the same thing, just like 30 years apart. You know, like with my father, it's particularly interesting because my sisters are a lot older than me. Like I think my oldest sister is 50, so she's almost twice my age. And it was like really interesting reconnecting with them and kind of sharing like how did our father impact us, and then realizing like, oh, like he kind of reused some of the same meta sometimes. Like, you know, one of the things in my childhood, which is why this like moment of like, oh, he's dying now, was really weird, was because he had this like tech of, as a kid, he would get drunk and then he would be like, I'm gonna die soon, which was really hit hard for me because I was so aware of the fact that I had an old dad, and I was just constantly aware of like, oh my God, my dad's gonna die because he's so old. Like I would think about it all the time. I was like, holy shit. And then learning from my sisters, like, oh my God, he used to do the same thing. He did the same thing like 30 years prior. Like he's just been always fucking pulling that shit out. And then like we joked about how like, because like he used to do it with them when they lived in an apartment building, and he would like sit on the windowsill and be like, I'm gonna jump. And then like we laughed about how like, well, he couldn't do that to me because we lived in like a shed in the middle of the woods. So if he like tried to jump out of like a 1-story window, he wouldn't die. So for me, it was more of like a vague like, I'm gonna die, but like I don't really know how, but like I think I'm gonna die soon. Like I feel it. And also like that was like the one thing that I got a laugh out of reading his Facebook messages. Was like this, like he got like kind of lazy with the manipulation in the end, because like he would like message people and be like, yeah, I had a heart attack this morning. Like he would just constantly be fucking tanking these like strokes and heart attacks that he said that he was having. And like at a certain point, like he couldn't even like run up the fucking dramatics, you know? He was just like he was just like kind of like sending all lowercase messages like, yeah, I had a heart attack, but like it's whatever. So I don't know, just fascinating, really fucking fascinating guy, I guess. It's crazy to think about how many lives your dad has lived. Yeah, because he was like what? He was almost 50 when he had me. And see, that's the thing is that's why it doesn't surprise me that I guess to discover that he wasn't on. I don't know why I keep almost saying I wasn't on the birth certificate. Like I wasn't on my own birth certificate. Like I don't exist. But it doesn't surprise me because, you know, only like a couple years ago I found out that like nobody on my dad's side of the family knew that I was like a thing that was happening until one day my grandmother, my aunt, and my cousin went to visit him. And then while they were all like sitting down at the table drinking tea, my dad was like, "Hold up, I got to show y'all something." And then he he brought me out of the back room like a whole ass baby. And my grandmother, who, as I've heard through the stories, she was like a very like what's the word for it? She was a very expressive person, a little bit like dramatic, although I wouldn't call her dramatic for, you know, freaking out about this. I think it was valid. But like she like was in total shock. Like just didn't say a word. Left, didn't talk to anybody for like a week cuz she was so fucking confused, which is like understandable. So it was like, you know, it's like a really weird thing. Weird, everything was weird. Is what I like really discovered throughout a lot of it. And then, you know, like the Baltic German sugar mama that I was talking about, she was also someone that I think was like greatly disappointed in this situation because one day she came to her what she knew as her summer house. And then my mom and a baby was there, and she was like, "What the fuck?" And then she left. So it was like this like big fucking nuke that dropped on everybody. And I didn't know any of this until like 2 years ago. So, you know, you learn a lot in your 20s. There's a lot of information that is kind of held from you until you start balding. And then they look at your hairline and they can tell that you're ready to receive some information. Also, someone in chat earlier drew a comparison to Come On when I talked about the interviewing, and I think that was probably the inspiration, I think. That, and also I think it's good to like have people's voices on recording. I think it's good because that's the one thing that you can preserve like stories about them, you can preserve pictures, but unless you go out of your way, a lot of the times you can't preserve their voice. And a voice is like such a big part of like a personality, you know. So it's good to like kind of have that on deck. Can I tell y'all a story about my boss ass great grandma? Dude, this is the time to share, man. If any of y'all got, you know, it's the floor is open. The floor is wide open. So, you know, just I've been tired recently. I only realized now that I don't remember my dad's voice. Like, damn, yeah, that was a big kind of part of it. Was like you forget the voice eventually. So you gotta kind of keep it. Everyone else's grandpa's in jail right now, so you got that on me. Also, Baplet, I am like, you know, I am genuinely like sorry to hear, and I am wishing you the best. It's probably like it's definitely a horrible time. So I'm just sending you love. I've never met my dad like ever. I don't even know his name. That's like kind of like my other sister's dad, where they're, my sister didn't know her dad for a while, and I think that this is another thing, is that I think old people have like a really fucked up understanding of how things work. Because my sister reached a point where like the dad like kind of reappeared in the life, and then everybody in the family was like, oh, "This is so fantastic! You have a dad now. You have a dad now. At the age of 30, you have found your father, and now you can start calling him dad. You can start calling him Papa, and he can he can take you to go get ice cream." But it's like the thing is like, I think they don't understand that there is, a dad is not just like, you don't get the label necessarily just because, not to be graphic, but it's kind of like the harsh reality. It's like, just because you busted a nut fucking 30 years ago doesn't mean that you all of a sudden like will naturally be welcomed into this role. You know what I mean? That takes like years of fucking building. And that was like, because my sister was like, I don't, I guess it's kind of cool to see him, but like, I'm not really looking for a dad anymore. You know what I mean? And it's kind of the same for me too. It's like, I don't fucking walk down the street every day going like, oh, I don't have a father figure. It's like, this is just a life that I've lived. This is who I am. Oh, my dad was so normal until a few weeks ago. Life is funny sometimes. Yeah, shit like that is crazy too. That's the kind of shit I've experienced too when you go digging a little bit. Crazy family story. My paternal grandma's brother was shot dead in front of his children by a hitman contracted by his crazy ex-wife, and when my paternal grandpa went to Mexico where they lived, he tried pushing the local authorities to get more involved, but they were threatening him to not get involved because apparently there were cartels involved. Oh my God. No, yeah, that is scary. I'm looking for daddies sometimes, I'll be honest. Okay, not that kind of daddies, all right? When I was a teenager, there was drama because my dad was a musician, and sometimes people would tip him, usually money or sometimes a joint. But once a lady from our neighborhood tipped him a big crack rock. So my cousin caught him doing crack in our basement and told my mom, and his excuse was like, it would have been rude not to use the crack. It was so generous of her. Can't wait till my late 20s to see if my dad has other children now, because he bought a quinceañera dress for someone who was definitely not me at 12 years old. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing is, there is more of me running out there in the world. 100%. I definitely have siblings that I don't know of. But I don't know. I guess I would kind of love to meet them just to see if they look like me. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really. I'm like, I have enough. Like I'm at a point now where I'm like, I don't need any more family. Just because like, if they were nice, oh, that would be really sweet. I'm not gonna lie, I don't have like a good hit rate with like normal family members. You know what I mean? I don't really have like so I'm like, I don't fucking need this shit. I don't need any more of this fucking shit. I got my hands full, man. And the worst part is, because they're on my fucking dad's side, I'd be getting fucking hair mogged by every single one of them, bro. Because nobody on my dad's side is bald. They all got thick, black, luscious hair. I don't fucking need any more of those in my life. I literally had a dream last night where we were at a bar and your doppelganger walked in. This might be a sign. I mean, every now and then when you guys like see someone that looks like me in real life, could be, you could have ran into my bro. Oh, that's tough. That's rough. Zaron Mac. I do have to give props to like older people who somehow end up being like the beautiful, chill, safe space for queer people. That's like one of my favorite fucking things. It's just like it's such a fucking beautiful thing cuz in my head, unfortunately, I do just always kind of assume when I'm talking to an old person in Estonia, at least, I'm kind of like, you'd probably fucking hate me if you knew. But then every now and then you run into like really a real sweetie pie, a real fucking sweetheart, and it's just like so. It is just like the greatest fucking feeling in the world. My grandma being Catholic as hell, but had a lesbian daughter and a trans granddaughter, made her so beautifully woke. Dude, that's awesome. Woke old people make life so hopeful, especially nowadays. No, for real. I mean, I guess that's the I don't know. Like that's the thing is, my dad at some point found out that I was bisexual, and he was like really chill about it. He was like, "Well, that's great," which was really weird. It was like because I didn't really like I wasn't talking to him at that point, but it's just like the news reached me somehow where he was like, "Oh, that's chill." So I was like, "That's weird." that's like really weird. But I guess he was a hippie, so he didn't really care about that shit. Um, and then like this is the thing is, then in the 20s, he just like I don't know what the hell happened to him. I saw this like email that he sent my mom because he used to send my mom these like insane emails where he would like put together his like political theory, and he like one of his theories was that like all of the politicians are homosexuals. And it was like when they were like trying to start like legalizing gay marriage here, and then he was like, "Yep, it's just all like homo propaganda." And I'm like, "Okay, so when did you fucking do this grift? How did this fucking pivot happen? Like, where did you even like did you one day like randomly in your mind go like, oh wait a minute, never mind. You know what? Fuck gay people. I you know what? I just realized like I actually can't fucking stand them." He was bi curious for 5 years, probably didn't like it. Now this is something that I wish I could tie back to like something that I learned, but I think it's like erased from my memory. But I like one time I was kind of like I do feel like my dad was probably bisexual, and I don't know why I thought that, but there was something that like made me think that. I wish I could like trace back exactly. I've been like fucking so deep in the rabbit holes. um. So you know, I don't know. At what age did you realize you were bisexual? When did Moonlight come out? I was like 17 or 18, right? Whenever that movie came out. Yeah, so I was 17. I was 17, and it's every time I've explained this, I feel like some people have like trouble understanding the concept of like participating in the homosexuality, but then still not like recognizing within yourself that what you're doing is inherently gay. You know what I mean? Because that was me, where like there was a lot of that happening. But in my head, it was like, well, this isn't gay because this is just like, we're just kind of like trying things out and like, we're not even trying things out. We're just kind of doing shit for fun. Just kind of like sucking each other's dicks and like fucking whatever. So I never really like even, I had like gay friends and I was like a huge ally. Like I loved, like one of my best friends was gay and I was just like so proud of him every day. But I was like, that's not me. That's just, that really is just not me. You know, and then realizing that like, oh wait, it's only gay if you bottom. Romans be like, or whatever. So, you know, I went to watch Moonlight. I wrote like a whole review about it that is more poetic and beautiful than I'll say today. But yeah, I went to watch Moonlight and I was like crying the whole time. And then I was, it's at the end. It's at the end where he says like, "You're the only man that's ever touched me." That's when it happened. If you ever want to like relive the moment that happened, we just watch the movie, and then when he says, "You're the only man that's ever touched me," that was it. That was the moment. Yeah, I got the Moonlight book right there that Chiblee gifted me. So that was and then there was like I took like a week. I took like a week to like kind of think about it, because then I think there was like there was definitely like some, like internalized homophobia is like a really weird thing, because I was never ever outwardly homophobic towards like anybody that was gay, but there was definitely like that kind of like shit that was built so deep into you where it's like, well, no, I love gay people, but I'm not fucking gay. That kind of shit, where I had to like kind of like untie some of those knots so I could like truly like kind of accept this for myself. And like kind of also just like I wasn't particularly in an environment where it was around the time where I realized like that like the homophobic narratives were starting to like pop up in politics a lot. So I think there was a part of me that was also like scared. And I kind of started to like realize like, okay, I am in an environment where like a lot of people are super, super homophobic. And then I remember there was this campaign, because like civil unionships were passed here in like 2015, and there was this campaign where like famous Estonians would talk out in support of it. And they had a YouTube channel where they would have clips of all these like famous Estonians being like, I think gay people are okay. I think I've watched every clip on that channel maybe like 10 times, because I used to just watch it over and over again, because it felt good to watch like some of the people that I grew up like seeing on TV. Or like one of them was like this guy that was like the head coach of the Estonian national football team during like our peak. Like some of my favorite memories ever watching football were with him at the helm. And he made one of those videos where he was like, I think being gay is good. Or like I love gay people. And I just watched, because I also, I played football growing up. And like these, male sports it's quite a fucking homophobic environment, no matter how gay it actually is when you fucking analyze it for 2 seconds. So that was like that was kind of like a huge moment for me too, was just seeing the football coach say that being gay is okay. So then, yeah, I reached that point eventually. And then I met some actual gay people here too, which was nice. It was refreshing to talk to gay people who were like so open and proud in an environment that I think I was like really scared to do it in. And like, if I'm being fully honest, like I think there's a part of me that is still like a little bit more on guard in Estonia than I am like anywhere else, really. Like it's I don't know, it's like a weird, I don't really make a point of like announcing it to people, or like I don't really tell people. It's like I wouldn't hide it, but like I don't really I guess I don't really like bring it up in conversation, because it's just like I reached a point with it where I'm like, I'd rather just fucking have a normal conversation just in case. Even though I would say like a lot of people are chill, a lot of people are chill nowadays. I think it's like the lunatics that have become like a really loud minority. As a woman, I was always scared I was convincing myself I'm bisexual, because the line between thinking a girl is pretty and cool in a friend way and a crush is so thin, and the way straight girls act with each other doesn't help. Yeah, for me, I just like I didn't really, I don't know like what I processed my interactions with my friends as. I guess because it was like, it's like because there is like some like guy sleepover thing where it's like, okay, some gay shit I guess does just happen, even if everyone's not gay. But like, I don't know if it was happening to the extent that some of me and my friends were doing it in, which some of them, as I've learned, still like kind of don't view themselves as anything near LGBTQ. So I do sometimes think about them, and I'm like, well, I hope you like discover yourself one day. But like, I don't know. The group porn watching at a middle school sleepover, like, oh wow. Nah, bro, me and my friend like having sleepovers, and the first thing we do is give each other hand jobs. Like, yeah, no, that was normal. That was normal. That was like normal chill vibes. It's just too universal to lie about. Yeah. What's up, Sam? And then I don't know, like there's like a lot of it that ties into masculinity as well. And like this like, becomes like a conversation that branches all over the place. But then, yeah, another thing was also, I was just like, I always felt way better hanging out with girls. Like, it just like all of my guy friends, I just felt like there was just like so much fucking going on all the time. And it was just like, I loved hanging out with girls. It was so fun. When it would just be like a group of girls and me, and we just like play with fucking doll houses and shit, dude, it would be so lit. I would have so much fucking fun. While I'd be hanging out with guys, and I felt like I was just like constantly having to put on this like way more like masculine image, which like I don't, I think there's certain aspects which I'm pretty comfortable with, I'm with guying out, like fucking whatever the stereotypical guy activities are, fucking throwing the ball around. Like I love throwing the ball around and I love drinking beer. But then there was just so much of it that I was just always like, I felt like I was just like forcing myself to give a shit about it because I felt like I had to, Straubs and Honey, thanks so much for 13 months. Hanging out with girls was actually so heavenly. Exactly, because it was a number one. I think it was, in some aspects, it was a less judgmental environment. There were some sides of yourself that you were more open to explore with less judgment and less like worry that this was going to get turned into something. Which was great. Yeah, I don't know. Girl hangouts is where we all get intellectual as fuck and start researching deep topics to discuss over. I'm bisexual, but I've never been with a girl, but I think I really need to explore that. Yeah, there's like that's a side of also bisexuality where I think it's also sometimes easier to not explore it because you do just have the backup plan of like, well, it's not like I'm not attracted to girls. Of course I am. So like, let's just keep that party going. Like it's a lot easier to, but then inside of you, it's still there. And it's like, you're not in situations where you don't feel things that you're maybe stopping yourself from exploring kind of shit. And also sometimes it's like, there's the anxiety of like, while I was doing gay shit growing up, I wasn't like, I was so like unaware of it, honestly, because I didn't see it as that. And also like, I didn't have experience of like dating in the gay culture that like, I felt like I was like so behind the game, like I didn't really know like what the vibe was. So there was also like a part of that trying to kind of find break new ground and being a little bit ashamed of the fact that it's like, oh, this is like my first time like properly exploring this or whatever, which I really feel like, because this becomes a case for like I think a lot of people, like straight or gay or whatever, it becomes like some people end up in a position where they're like, oh, I haven't I'm this age and I haven't done this or that, and I'm just kind of scared to do it now because I feel like everybody my age is like way more experienced than me, and like no one, whatever. I feel like from my experience, from when I got to explore that side of me, I was like, everyone I was up front with, where I was like, listen, man, I watched Moonlight like a year ago. I watched Moonlight like a year ago, and I just kind of like learned that like, yeah, this is a part of me. So like, I'm fucking learning things. All right. People were really nice. People were really nice. And then, there was, I guess also another worry that I had about bisexuality was that there were some women that I met who weren't, they wouldn't call themselves homophobic, but they did have this thing of like, I love gay people, but like I wouldn't date a bisexual man. And they would have like this like weird kind of like, they would view you as, it felt like they would view you as like contaminated or like not manly enough. And then that created like a whole other situation too, where it's like, fuck. But once again, just not the kind of people you want to be impressing. that's the thing, is like, it sucks to hear, but I think when you get older, you realize that these are just like, that is like yeah, it's a free red flag. It's like an immediate, like, well, I can leave now. You know what I mean? I don't have to like discover this about you at a later time. People think bisexuals got to be dating a girl and a dude at once. Yeah. And that's another thing, is like you start like subconsciously running like mathematics in your head, where it's like, well, I've been like, I've been dating, or I've been like hooking up with like a lot of women recently. And I feel like maybe I shouldn't like be making as many like gay jokes as I do, because like, what if I'm not bisexual anymore? And then it's like, well, no, because like I still like, I'm attracted to guys, and like if an opportunity arose in that moment, then I would do it. It's just like how the wind blew in this situation. So basically, the point I've reached with it is that I'm not running up fucking numbers. I don't fucking care how much people on the internet love to like run a bisexuality discourse, where it's like, oh, bisexuals love to end up settling for a fucking straight relationship. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't care to have those conversations anymore. Even if there's like some like frustrations in there where I'm like, okay, I kind of like get this or that. I don't give a fuck. I just don't care. This isn't worth fucking hashing over anymore, okay? There's like so many worse fucking situations happening. It doesn't fucking matter whatsoever. We need to like establish a baseline understanding of the fact that sexuality is what it is. It's also fluid. You go through moments where, maybe it swings one way or the other. I've had plenty of gay friends who, like, suddenly in their mid-20s, they were like, I don't know what's been happening recently, but I would like to kind of, explore being with a woman as well. And I'm like, go ahead, bro. That's like you didn't like lock yourself into a fucking contract. If this is like something that you want to try and you're open about, what you're doing, fucking go for it. Holy fuck. Let's fucking do it. Like, I just like this whole like, let's fucking sit around 24/7, because none of us are getting any fucking, this is what it ends up being, is there's just like too many fucking people who are not having any fucking sex or anything at all. I don't know what the fuck. It's not that you even need to have sex, but I do feel like there's this like, they need to get something happening in their life, and they're just spending too much fucking time sitting around and like fucking talking about it. Like, just go and fucking live for 2 seconds. You know what I mean? I'm down to fucking hash over some conversations over like a beer sometimes. It's fun to analyze and delve into things. But like, holy fuck, man, you also have to like kind of mix in living life a little bit. Which like, I need to hear this too sometimes. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm like fucking, I go through phases where I'm like not doing anything with my life, and I'm like, well, I gotta go out there and live a little bit, bro. You know what I mean? So real, but I'm also terrified of everything. Yeah, see, that's like, I think it's a lot of anxieties that people have, where it's like, you are taking a risk. You are taking a risk by like, maybe looking for love. And you're like maybe scared of getting hurt. But it's like, the thing is like, every time I've been hurt, obviously there's like some situations where I'm like, maybe I would avoid this if I was faced with this today. But like, I'd fucking, I don't regret any of those experiences, because they were so fulfilling in a way. I learned so much, I grew so much, or whatever. It's great. It's amazing. You can't run from some of the pain, because that is what life is. Life is a lot of pain at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It's going to happen one way or another. And in the middle of those, some of those painful moments, which hopefully are far and few in between, there's all these incredible fucking experiences, you know? But like, no, that's the, you know, Odez said, I don't find relationships and sex that important. I think that's fucking beautifully valid too. I think that's great. I'm all about fucking decentering the idea of like, you need to find a partner. Because that's what I've been doing too. Like a year and a half ago, like I went through like a little bit of like a hookup phase and like a little bit of like a, you know, dating around and like trying to find someone and like, and then I realized like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm chasing. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing this. Well, some of it was like a lot of fun, but then other ways I was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't have like an end goal here, you know? So it's like, past year, I haven't even remotely pursued anything because I've just been like, I got to take advantage of this moment where like I'm not even thinking about it, and it's been fucking nice, dude. It's been really nice. Just kind of like, you know, focusing on friendship is low-key goated. I think that's also, yeah, it's true. It's like my friends over anything are just like, they're the most important fucking thing to me. And sure, if one day I find like the partner of my life, then I'm sure that I will share a beautiful connection with them. But like, I don't know. And this is also, you know, I've been like running this a lot. I've been running this a lot in the last year. I feel like I always have this, I send out this message of like, I view sex as this like beautiful experience that you can share with a person, but it really isn't like the end all be all of it all. Like that's been like my overarching point to like everything I've been saying for the past year. It's just like, remove like the fucking, you know, whatever bullshit from it and just view it as like something that you can share with a person, something that's fun, something to build like a connection with and whatever. But like, fuck me, dude. Just like, there's so much more to life, you know? There's so much more to life. It's like the idea of like, before you lose your virginity, you think that like when you walk out, the whole world's gonna look different, and it doesn't. It doesn't. It's just like, okay, cool. Now I had sex, and it's like, all right. Now I gotta go put a fucking pizza in the oven because I'm fucking hungry. You know. My ace ass is so tired of hearing I can change your mind. Yeah, that's another part where it's like, we gotta leave the fucking asexuals alone, okay? We don't need to fucking analyze. There's a lot of people that love to put like fucking think pieces on the asexuals where it's like, but why though? But why though, man? It's like, who fucking gives a fucking shit? What does it fucking matter, bro? Oh my fucking god. Does not matter. Who gives a fuck? Everybody can live their life in the way that they feel right in. What their heart wants and what their heart doesn't want, it's what it's about, bro. That's what it is. That's all it is. As like corny as this message is, I'm sorry, but like I feel like this just we have to keep like reminding this to people somehow. Like it just doesn't fucking matter. There's so much fucking trivial shit that people cling on to about other people that just doesn't matter whatsoever. You know? People are just fucking really up in each other's shit. Can I ask for some advice? I don't know if I can give good advice, but you know, you can put it in the chat and maybe I'll know, or maybe someone in chat will know. Once you try SSRIs, you understand. No, that's also true. The idea of like not being interested in it at all does become familiar when you get like Zoloft, because that was me. Just completely evaporated from my body. I would just be like, oh, that's fucking gross. I need an asexual boyfriend so he can just let me jack the fuck off alone. Happened to me with Vyvanse, like WTF. Yeah, I think that happened to my friend on Vyvanse too. I think like a lot of these, sometimes all of these, like they flip the switch, and then it's like, you know, I don't know, different things to think about, I guess. Can't just say my friend on Vyvanse, it didn't happen to me. Well, we know it didn't happen to you, bro. We've seen the Prezzo streams. we've heard the stories. Okay, I wasn't fucking on stream. Yeah, he wasn't fucking on stream. Can you read this? It's important to the ace community. The time I publicly destroyed a bigot in Starbucks. This might sound fake, but I assure you my life is stranger than fiction. Me minding my own beeswax. I'll get a large warm milk, please. Some guy under his breath. Warm milk? Get a life. They don't even sell that here. Actually, yeah, we do sell warm milk. Does that bother you? Some guy. Imagine actually drinking that. Me. I don't have to imagine. Grabs my warm milk and takes a good sassy swig. The guy notices my ace pin. Oh, so you're an aceler. I'm not gonna say this. All right, I'm just not gonna say it. So you just don't get laid. That figures. Me. Yep. I'm a proud quote unquote aceler. And that has nothing to do with my preferences in beverages. Woman behind me. Did you seriously just call that person an aceler? What kind of world are we living in? Me. Yup. I'm used to it though. That's what you get for being openly asexual, it seems. The guy. I'm literally a gay man, and I won't let you Jesus freak aces shame me for having gay sex. People like you are hurting my community. I'm gonna go have sex with my boyfriend. Me. Buddy, you were the one shaming me for buying warm milk, and now you're shoving the image of sex down a sex-repulsed ace's throat. Not a good look, and yes, I'm a proud Jesus freak. Woman. I've been an out asexual woman since the 80s, and let me tell you, Mr. Gay. All right, hold up. Let's back off. Hold up. You got to take it easy, lady. We have done nothing but further acceptance for your community and carry your community on our backs. Me. You have the nerve to talk down to an asexual elder? Really? Barista. Throws water on bigoted guy. Well, I might lose my job for this, but at least I can say it was worth it. Picks up my warm milk and pours it on his head. Bigot. I hate asexuals and asexuality. You are not even human. Me, loudly and proudly. Another warm milk, please. On the house. I think I'm owed it. Barista, you know it. bigot storms out crying. That was badass. That was crazy. I still think it's crazy that the only time that I've like, I don't know, like I've never experienced like direct homophobia towards me in Estonia. At least like not to my face. I feel like there's probably people that are like, they're hitting like that fucking Clint Eastwood gif where he's like fucking, he's got the cup of coffee and he's like going like, ugh. But then when Luke Corns was in Estonia and we went to that rave and we were talking to this British guy, which, God, this fucking pissed me the fuck off, bro. This pissed me off so much more than it even, like, I would get pissed off if it was an Estonian, but I got pissed off because it was some fucking British bloke at my Estonian rave that started fucking acting out. Because, like, Luke went up to him and was like, do you know any gay clubs? And he just got, we were talking to this guy for like 10 minutes and he just got up and walked away. And like, my fucking God, I got so fucking pissed off, dude. I was so fucking furious. Cause I like, obviously like the homophobia, but then I was also like, a fucking British guy came to my fucking rave in my country and he's being fucking homophobic here. I was fucking, it was, ugh. And then I had to like, and then Luke Corns was like, we need to go fucking confront him. We need to go confront him right now. And then we tried to go confront him and the music got louder and he couldn't fucking hear us. So, you know, it didn't get to talk to him. The only time I got it real bad was Amsterdam, of all places. That's fucking, see, it's always so fucking random, man. It's so random. All I remember about like going clubbing in Amsterdam was the one time I went to this club and there was this one guy that was like standing on a table in the middle of the dance floor. And he had this like big afro and he had sunglasses. And like there was like a spotlight that was hitting directly him and all he was doing was dancing. And I was just staring at him the whole night because I was like, that has got to be like the coolest fucking dude I've ever seen in my life. That's like not related to like homophobia at all. I just remember like I was just like sitting there drinking a beer staring at this guy the whole night because I was like, this guy's so fucking cool. Like, is it his fucking job to just stand there and like dance in like a really cool way? And like every now and then like people would dap him up from the crowd and he would like point at them and I'd be like, wow. But I get, yeah, the only time like someone yelled at me for being gay was in Northridge, California. Northridge, California, a guy out of a pickup truck yelled at me. Itchy and Scratchy, thank you for the 31 months. I got called the F slur by a car driving past me when I was in college. See, the thing is, like, that's what happens. That's what happened to me. And there was a moment that, like, I felt really kind of, like, weird and sad because it's a really shitty thing. But then I was like, how the fuck did he know? You're in, like, a moving vehicle. You're going, like, fucking at a high speed. Like, how did you have the time to process me on the sidewalk and then also, like, be like, oh, looks gay, and then make the decision where it's like, all right, I gotta roll the window down. I gotta roll the window down and, like, announce it. Like, it's crazy. That's what I was thinking, like, after that happened. Oh yeah, and then like when I was talking about the whole like relationships and sex not being important. There's also like these like alien life form fucking conversations going on between people who go from like relationship to relationship, which is fine. I think it's beautiful if you're happy doing that. But it does feel like my friends are like split in half, where it's like the people who are always in relationships and the people who are like in a relationship every like 3 years. And sometimes it feels like when some of the people that are constantly in relationships try to like understand the people who are not in relationships, it genuinely feels like they're making contact with like an alien life form. Like they just can't fucking process it. It's always like, I just don't like, I don't understand. Like, you haven't been looking. What do you mean you just haven't been looking? Are you okay? That's crazy as it did. So weird how relationship people can just pick anyone and make it work. How are you happy? I don't like, some people also like, okay, well, some people they're like, I don't know, they have like goated RNG or some shit. Because there's some people that I know that have gone from like multi-year happy relationship that just ended over like, you know, kind of like chill differences to then going into another multi-year relationship where like they're happy. And I'm like, well, you just fucking, you got goated RNG, I guess. I don't know, man. Feels like every time I'm like about to get into a relationship, like something really weird happens, and I'm like, well, this is like a weird fucking thing to do. And like, I don't know if I want to date you anymore. Like, it's always like something on the level of that. And I just don't know how I end up fucking getting myself into that. I think I just got lucky first time. That's fucking awesome. I've only been in one multi-year relationship, and it's my current one I tapped on. That's fucking great. I'm happy for y'all. I've never been in a relationship, and I'm entering my first situationship. I know this is going to end bad. Please forgive me, guys. Well, you got to get out there and live. You know what I mean? Because, like, that's kind of like the... In the movie Come On, Come On, that's what they talk about is, you know, when you talk to children, it's like you're so excited to kind of, like, introduce this world to them. And you realize that as they experience and discover so much beauty and wonder in this world, they're also going to experience like all the hurt, and you can't really like fully shield them from all of it. Because some of it, sometimes, you know, life is full of situations where like two good people don't work out and both people get hurt. And it's like not a situation where it's like immediate like pointing fingers. It's just kind of like a relationship that maybe you wanted to work out and it didn't. And that's life. And then there's also shitty people that you can't always hide from. Can you watch Come On, Come On tomorrow? Okay, so one movie I wanted to watch is No Country for Old Men. So Come On, Come On would be a crazy double feature with that. I've only ever been in situationships and we've either just stopped talking or stayed friends. Dude, it's low-key awesome when a situationship, you just like don't message each other one day. And it's like neither of you really care. So it's like it's like the most beautiful fucking thing in the universe has just happened. Mutual ghosting is so cunty. No, it's actually so fucking good. Like it's like we didn't even have to like talk about it. When my 6-year situationship or whatever got a girlfriend. Well, that's crazy.
white people be like,
Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub. And Itchy and Scratchy, thank you. But then, think about it. Situationships. You have stories for your friends. Isn't that why we do things, so we can tell our friends about it? It's really fun telling your friends about things. Oh wait, I was Gibbendorf asked for advice and then I just like never fucking... I'm gonna read it and see if I can give you advice. Seen a guy since November. He's like genuinely the best person ever. I've always told him throughout this time that I'm not looking for a relationship. And recently I told him that I might want to explore other things because I don't know. I've been in a hoe phase and I've never been with a girl. But I just feel so shit about it because he's so perfect. I don't know what's wrong with me. Well, if you were honest and, you know, then, I mean, that's the thing is, I think if you both enter into a situation where you've communicated at the beginning that you're not looking for things, then you both are kind of signing this kind of idea that, well, we can't guarantee that neither of us will, that like nobody will fall or like whatever, you know, like that's kind of like that you're both putting that, you're taking that risk. But yeah, the solution to everything is honesty. As simple as it sounds, I feel like so much of it is just communication. And obviously there's some conversations that aren't easy and there's conversations that communication doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be like, oh my God, that's perfect. And I understand you and I'm happy for you kind of shit. But it is, you know, you just got to be as honest as possible about it. And then see where that goes. Because I think that, I think like so many problems are just behind like bad communication. Literally everything. Fucking relationships, sex, fucking Overwatch. Overwatch teams, you know, maybe the call-outs weren't the best. It's all behind poor communication. Because you know what I did one time? I went on an r/sex because it's a subreddit where people go for advice for when they're having trouble in the bedroom, and I read the posts, and I felt like I was losing my mind because every single post, I feel like the answer was just like, talk to your partner, and if you can't talk to your partner about this, then you need to see if the reason is that you have trouble communicating or your partner is not creating an environment where you can communicate things in, which that means that this is not a good relationship. Like that, I feel like that was the answer for like every single one of the fucking things that was brought forward. You know what I mean? Straight relationships are low key that turkey in the cage. Communicating can end badly, but not communicating will always end badly. I think that's the thing is, communicating is not going to be all like sunshine and rainbows, but I think communicating is honest with you because it will bring kind of like the reality to the surface. You know what I mean? And if the reality is a little bit shit, then that's what it is. And you're kind of like, at least you're facing it. But also it's good to kind of learn how to communicate. I think that's also like a good thing to, because I you know, I used to be non-confrontational and then I was like, I got to start communicating. So then I'd just be like really blunt. I'd be really blunt, and then I was like, oh my God, nobody's taking anything I'm saying well at all. What's going on? So then I was like, okay, you have to like kind of understand how to like talk to people, which is hard. It's hard, but I don't know. It's something, you know, gets a little bit easier sometimes not. I don't know, but life is so fucking hard. Learning how to talk to people gotta be like top one worst things. No, yeah, it's not fun. The alternative to making a Reddit post is always talking to a woman. No one will give you more real advice than a drunk girl at a bar at 3 a.m. No, that's true. I also think a lot of Redditors give objectively horrible advice. Like some of the advice I was reading that people were giving. Because like every now and then it would be like a post where it's like, I, 21F, am having trouble with my BF 32M. And I'm like, okay, so the number one advice here would be like, you gotta fucking dump this guy, to be honest with you, just based off the fact that he's fucking 32 years old. And then you go in the fucking comment section, it's like, oh, nobody's saying this. Not a single person is saying this. Okay, cool. I feel like Reddit top comments always recommend some passive aggressive solution. I think sometimes it's a lot of sometimes it's a lot of people who have the same kind of like trauma induced weird responses to things. Like it comes a lot with like cheating. People that get cheated on enter other relationships with or like some people, you know, there's a lot of cheating. It's not everybody. It's a small minority of people, but a lot of people or some people get cheated on and then they enter a relationship with like obvious because they've been hurt really bad because it sucks. It's horrible. But then they enter a relationship with like these kind of like things that they've taken along with them. And then sometimes you read like some advice about something like that and you can tell that it's other people who have like some things that maybe they haven't fully worked out in themselves and they're giving like the worst fucking advice possible because they're feeding off of like the same emotion. Because it's as much as I like sympathize with, you know, the hurt of betrayal, it's not a good foundation for any sort of like healthy relationship when you are immediately like kind of going into another relationship with like kind of trying to like put these like huge leashes on people or whatever, you know. It's not good. It's like something you have to kind of try to untie a little bit in yourself. What is this picture you sent? It's me at Lauren Amelia. My ex-boyfriend loved you so much you have him to thank. 2022. I met a lud bud at a gay club. That is so fucking funny, dude. I like everything is always, you know, easier said than done, but like we all gotta try. You know what I mean? We all gotta try. We all have our little fucking traumas and a little, you know, I from my traumas, I definitely developed some like attributes where I'm like, this isn't really good. I need to work on this. And it's not easy, but you should instead of like giving into these forces of like, I will fucking kill my partner if they have a same-sex friendship or like an opposite sex friendship. Actually, that's what they say usually. Sorry, I was thinking about it from exclusively a gay perspective, I guess. But like, I don't know, how would you do that in a gay relationship? What, are you just not going to go to the fucking gay club? You're not gonna have a bunch of gays to hang around with. Like, what are we doing at that point? People love acting like shit, like checking your partner's phone is normal. Dude, I always say the same thing about that, where I'm like, I mean, I'm not gonna hide these, but like, I used to take a lot of hairline progress pics, and I would just feel really embarrassed showing those to my partner. Of me just going like, you know what I mean? Like, nobody has to see me in those moments. Or like when I'm like trying to see like, oh, do I have a cavity? I put like my fucking phone in my mouth and like the flash is on, so it takes like the highest quality picture of my teeth up close, and I'm like, fuck. Nobody should see my teeth this close, up close. And it's like most of the time I delete them, but then like, you know, sometimes I forget, and then my iPhone is like, hey, it's time to remember the good times, man. Remember 3 years ago when you fucking when you took a picture of your tooth up close? God, I fucking hate that feature, bro. That feature is so fucking dog shit. The fucking Facebook car crash video. Bro, that used to be like my favorite video in 2016. I used to send that to everybody. Was this always in the song? I don't remember a guy saying, I'm gonna make you pump like that. What the fuck? What the fuck is this remix? God, everybody's just fucking allergic to re-uploading a video nowadays, man. They always gotta fucking put some shit on it. Oh, dude. Those videos are good as fuck, though. Because I always get like, yeah, I get like the Google Photos collages where they had like the acoustic guitar over it. And then it's like a fucking boneless pizza meme. A picture of me shirtless in the bathroom. A person I fucking hate from 4 years ago. And then like a screenshot of like messages between my friends that like I don't even remember the context for anymore. Like it's so fucking. Oh. My phone does these slideshow things, but there'll just be the occasional dick pic in there. Yeah, I don't get those, man. My phone made the cutest edit. Let's see this. What? I need to bite his nose. Ew, what the fuck is that one, bro?
Make me happy when skies are
Oh my god, bro. Isn't it crazy how many looks I've cycled through, bro? My blonde era. My blonde era where I didn't know how to dress. This is not real. My bald, one of my many bald eras. You dressed like Hassan, Loki. No, I did. I had no idea what I was doing. This one where like I kept getting a fucking pimple on the side of my mouth and I hated it so much. Every single, like it would give me like 2 weeks off and then it would come back all the fucking time and I felt so fucking horrible because I'm like, I look like I have a disease. The era where I'd fucking sit in my room and smoke weed every day and then take shirtless selfies. And then this was last year, so this is pretty recent. And then, you know. You know what the craziest thing about this picture is? How big my fucking hand is compared to his. This is what I noticed recently when this picture, I don't know how it popped up, but it popped up somehow again where I was like, how old is that picture? That picture is like, I think it's like 4 months old. No, I'm kidding. It's from 2019. (2019) was 7 years ago. Yeah, almost a decade. Almost a decade. I was just a young boy experiencing the world. I got some great memories with people I'll never fuck with again. Yeah, my great memories with Call Me Carson, which include him after that picture saying, "I'm sorry I ignored you all night. I don't know why I didn't want to talk to you." And then a year later, him being like, "I don't really want to invite you to my pool tournament because you have beef with people." Those were my great memories with Call Me Carson. Girl, who did you have beef with? Oh, you know. You know. Can't speak too much on it still because I found out that the shipping accounts who are theorizing that the reason why it's all over is because we were actually in a gay relationship. I realize those are still active. I realize those still exist. They said y'all had a messy breakup and you were mad. That is so fucking, like, it's so funny. The shipping accounts, I don't speak that language. It's honestly crazy, like, depending on when you join the community, every year I feel like you joined like during a whole different phase where if you weren't if you weren't there the year prior, you missed out on like a lot of context for a lot of things. But I would say that now is the best time to join. We have weathered the storms. I knew of you back in the day, but I never watched till like 2 years ago. Welcome. We're glad to have you. That Maddie Healy clip made me remember I made this in 2022. Let me see this.
So funny. He is so fucking funny. Is that so fucking hard to understand? I don't want to see that fucking clip anymore. And he kissed a dude. I saw that right before I went live. I saw another clip, and this time he kissed a dude. You're so jealous. If I was potentially at a concert and he pulled me on stage, I would kiss him. Every interview clip I see of him, I laugh. He is so
I just don't have any memory of ever saying these things. I'm going to be honest. Like, people keep referring to this moment, and every time I'm like, I feel like this was like generated. I found you from that Maddie Healy edit on TikTok. Are you serious? Remember when Maddie Healy posted my airplane tweet on his story right before posting about Charlie getting proposed? Yeah, it's actually kind of funny as fuck, the amount of like the amount of lore that is like in this community. Like the one I think about every single time, because he's fucking everywhere now, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm really sick of him. But every time I see Jack Black, I'm like, bro, that guy almost pulled up to our 2019 VidCon meetup before he realized that it was like a horrible idea. Because his son was like a huge viewer of ours. And then at one point, the idea was that Jack Black and his son would also attend the meetup, and then they didn't. Because, like, why the fuck would Jack Black be there, bro? It would turn into the fucking the Jack Black meetup. Is he still around? No, I think he got a little crazy. I think his son got a little crazy posting on the Instagram stories, and the boss call came in, and he was forced to erase all of his socials. I think he was told to, it was also like a really, I felt really weird about it because a lot of people would like interact with his son because like his son would always like reach out, and I would always be like, oh, thanks for watching, man. But like I never wanted to talk to him more than that because I'd be like, I feel bad because like, well, low key the reason we're talking to you is because your dad is famous. And like I don't want, like I don't want, I feel like that's bad. I just like the whole time I was like, I feel bad. Like I don't know, this feels weird. Didn't you have like a funny interaction with Danny Gonzalez and Drew Gooden? Yes. Which, oh my god. Okay, number one. I thought about this recently. Who's the fucking guy? Tom Scott? Yeah, Tom Scott, the British guy who's like always in some kind of like metal tube. He's like in some kind of like wind farm. He's like on the surface of the moon. He's like in the deepest hole in the universe. I love him for this because at 2019 VidCon, we were all like standing around in a circle. It's just like fucking chatting random shit. And this one fucking dude was there who thought it was so funny to write the R word on his VidCon pass. And he was glazing Tom Scott. And then he asked Tom Scott for a picture. And Tom Scott said, "Yeah, look at your badge, dude. I don't want a picture with you." And then he just like walked away. And I was like, dude, he's so fucking cool. I was like, he's so fucking, because it's like, I don't know. It was like really satisfying to see someone like that put in their fucking place by someone that they fucking loved. But the Drew Gooden interaction, I think, was the fact that he was also in that circle with his friends, and then his friends walked away, and then mid conversation, as he was talking to us, he realized that his friends left. His friends left, and then he said, "Oh," literally mid conversation went, "Oh," and then walked away. But he was nice. He was nice. That whole like, I don't know. I love Jack's films because you know, that was like when I met him, and it was like a huge like I loved him so much, and I was so happy to meet him. And then I was like, yeah, let's hang out after the con. And I don't think he realized that we were under 21, because then he was like, at first he was like, yeah, let's go to a bar, and then I was like, oh, we're not 21 yet, but we can just hang out. And then obviously he was like, well, I don't want to hang out with these kids. So he like he didn't reply to us after that. And then I asked him one time, and he was like, yeah, it was just like, you know, you guys were a little young. So I was like, he's awesome. I love him. And since then, I've gotten fucking wasted with him. It was lit. I don't know if I ever told you this, but I almost went up to you at VidCon 2019, but you were with Call Me Carson, and I got scared. When the no, you're lying, because I don't remember ever seeing that man in public. Literally, I think the only time I met him during that convention was in that dark house. I'm being dead ass. Really? I got a video of you doing a British accent for my from the VidCon 2019 meetup. I was supposed to say mid-up, which low-key is what it was. But that's fucking awesome too. That's awesome. I don't know. It's weird. Because back then I was like, I'm a grown ass man, which I guess I was like legally an adult, but I look back now and I'm like, man, I was a baby. I was a baby. I get a little bit maternal when I think about myself during that age, because I'm like, man, someone had to like look out for you more. But it was like a lit ass convention to attend, because you know, you get really lucky and you get this like opportunity, and then you go to a convention where you're drinking beer with like a bunch of 35-year-olds who are telling you like, bro, if YouTube ever dies, like I'm killing myself. Like there's nothing else in life. Which is like really good for the soul to listen to as like a 20-year-old who like doesn't understand anything about life like that. So you're like, oh my God, does it really that bad if like everything falls off? Because like that's what like everybody would just constantly talk about, is like, man, I'm so scared that my career is gonna die tomorrow. Like I don't know what I'm gonna do. Weird looking back at it. Nobody tells you the fall off is the best part. It low-key is, because it like, I don't know, it like recalibrates you, and it makes you better mentally. I don't know, like I feel like I'm in like a really good place now where I'm still getting to do this amazing thing, but like I have a better perspective on shit, and I don't have to deal with like fucking random ass shit all the time. Like this is like pretty chill for the most part. Brings you back down to earth. Yeah, that's also good. It's good. It's a good like little fucking a little doink on the ego. I think that's also good. It's egos are always good to get a little bit like get them a little bit trimmed. We haven't had a big controversy in a while. Anyone want to be problematic? Oh, please. Please don't do it. Fuck you, kayak. Well, there it is, guys. Kinarus. Streams are very unique because it doesn't feel like watching Twitch in the way most other streams do. You're just a guy hanging out. I think that's why you attract chill chatters mostly. Thanks. Thank you. I don't know. I think I don't know. I don't like thinking about things like that because then I feel like I'm like creating an image. Then I'm like calculating an image. But you know, I appreciate the compliment. I think okay. Advice. I always say this, but I just advice to anyone that gets into any sort of thing like this. Don't go to LA. Don't go to Austin. Don't go to any of those. Don't like visit. You can visit. Don't move there. Just don't fucking move there, bro. It's so bad for your brain. It's so bad. Don't do it. Okay. I know it's so tempting, and you're like, oh, opportunities. I get to be in some fucking musician's music video. Like, don't fucking do it. Okay. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not good for you. I've lost a lot of good people to that. Would you rather play your favorite game / stream yourself in a large IMAX theater with a sold out audience, or would you rather be on front page of Twitch and be advertised by random pages on Twitter? Random pages on Twitter nowadays, meaning like it's the clip accounts that just like make up a caption that has nothing to do with the clip and then just attach a random video, and then everybody quote tweets it because they couldn't even be bothered to watch like a second of the video to realize it has no fucking relation to anything at all, and this whole thing is just made up. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good on that. So the first option, I guess. Remember the second stream of yours I ever saw you were crying and saying thank you to the viewers? Thank you to the viewers, or whatever that song was. Yeah, I used to do that. And God, it actually sends chills down my fucking spine when I see clips of it. Because it's like a sweet moment, but like I can't fucking watch it, dude. It, like nobody should ever see a video of themselves crying. Porn question, do you think you can name 100 chatters? I don't know. I think if I sat here for okay, I love my chatters. I do. I think if I it would take me a little bit, but I probably could get there. Here's the thing is, okay, sometimes I feel really bad because I feel like when I'm streaming, I see every chat message. I feel like I see every single one. And then I rewatch a VOD and I see like a fire ass chat message that I never saw. And I just get this like fucking itch where I'm like, I want to go back. So, dude, that would have been such a fucking good interaction. How did I not see that message? And then I realized like I feel like I see every chat message because I think what happens is I look over a chat and I give everything a glance and then I zone in on one message. And then sometimes I think there's some streams where like I end up like talking to one viewer a bunch, and I don't know how that happens. Some streams it's like one viewer comes in, it's like every message they send just fucking gets me immediately. And I'm just like, you read my shit a lot, which is weird because I only just started typing. Well, your name is Yellow, so. Yep, and here I am. Hello. Oh, my favorite chatter. Sometimes my streams could literally just be a FaceTime with Spud Boy. That is so fucking funny, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely, I don't know. I have viewers where, okay, I'm going to be honest. I'm so happy everyone that contributes. There are some chatters that I think are just like really good at knowing exactly what to send to like get the fucking attention, I guess. I don't know. Like some viewers just are on it, dude. It's crazy. And it's like an art that I really appreciate because I'm not a good chatter. I'm fucking dog shit. I go watch like every time I feel like I'm watching one of my friends' streams, I feel like I'm constantly talking about myself. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Like I eventually stopped chatting because I'm like, why do I keep making it about myself? I just gotta put this bullshit on and you'll start reading my shit. No, that's true, because how could I not? That's respect, bro. You got the badge. Angel, like top 5 chatters. Angel is goated. Angel is a goat chatter. There's also a thing where like, honestly, nowadays I feel like this chat has like really good music taste. But it used to be a lot where like I would say a musical artist and the chat would drop completely silent and one person would be like, yes, I know what you're talking about. I would remember those people for the rest of my life. Like every time without fail, when they would come into chat, my brain would generate like the same reaction as when like Chibli comes into chat. Where like my eyes immediately zone in on them like, I fucking know you. I know you. You were there that one time when I killed the fucking chat and you said that you did know what I was talking about. Oh shit, y'all like Imagine Dragons too? Yes, bro, yes. We're friends because I watched Andrew Hale's. Dude, I was literally talking about this yesterday, or not yesterday, but like last week, because I added Andrew Hale's as one of the prompts on the Tamagotchi Life. And I was like, it is so weird to me that me, you, and Chibli all watched him. And I've not met a single other person in my life that understands what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, I just don't get it at all. It's like this beautiful fucking thing. It's connecting us as Andrew Hales, this man who's pushing 40 at this point. I distinctly remember you bringing up Tim Hecker 2 years ago and nobody spoke, and now I think people know his music. Oh, yeah. 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 I'm trying to think of like other ones. Sun Kill Moon is one that, well, you know, that one is one that like kind of sucks to talk about now, but I remember I brought it up like years ago and there was the chat like completely fucking stopped still. And there was one person that was like, oh yeah, I love Benji. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what the hell, bro? This chat used to be full of Swifties, and I had to keep my mouth shut every time. It's kind of interesting looking back at the last, like, 5 years of Taylor Swift. Because I think I went through a cycle with her as well where I listened to, like, Folklore, and I was like, wow. Cool. And then when she, like, kind of started doing this... Because I think there was, like, a phase where... You know, you kind of realize, like, oh, yeah, no, there was, like, definitely, like, a bit of an insane media cycle. Where she was getting dogged on for, like, shit that she shouldn't have been. And then, you know, the cycle just, you know, she was really taking this, like, really taking this moment in the spotlight and kind of revealing more and more of herself. And then, you know, I kind of discovered things that I was just like, I don't really care for this persona. And the thing about it is like the music's got to stand for itself at that point, and it didn't. So now I'm pretty sick of it all. If you haven't already tapped into this Mortal Coil, I don't know if you have or not, but if you haven't, I think you'd fuck with it. Okay, I hold on. I got a little document that I keep sometimes when someone is like really convicted about, or just gives me a recommendation with, just so I don't forget it. Being in the chat at the time was like, can I even talk, even though I like FK Twigs? You know, it's kind of funny. There were a lot of times a few years ago when there were things that I felt the chat was like really, the chat would get worked up really fast. And I'd been in conversations where I was like, I don't care about this Taylor Swift thing. And then people would get like fucking really mad at me. So then I'd be like, it's just not worth the fucking fight. I was just like, it's not worth. I just want to like do my fucking stream and go to bed. So I remember the post Maddie Healy Taylor Swift relationship cool dog, where like I cringe looking back at it because like I was really like putting it on soft, where I was like, guys, I think like you got to consider like maybe Taylor Swift isn't like the bestie that you think she is. And I'm like, bro, if that was like now, I'd be like, you guys got to get a fucking grip. You guys got to get a fucking grip. Okay, this lady is a fucking billionaire. Okay. And like, you know, there was like, that was a learning experience for sure, because I realized that sometimes you got to fight. You got to fight to set the tone. Just so like everybody kind of gets the vibe, because you can't like give up too much on shit like that. Otherwise, you do end up just kind of biting your tongue on shit that doesn't really matter. Cutie in my chat pissed me off so bad during my tier list. Cutie is MAGA down joke. It was fucking funny. It was funny doing the reaction to the Taylor album. I'm not gonna lie, that was because I remember like before the album came out, and there were like the rumors of like there's a track that's like called Canceled, and it's like kind of like, I don't know, like she's kind of talking about like you know, cancellations. And I was like, no, that's got to be bullshit. I was like, that's got to be bullshit. It's about something else. It's like, oh, like it's probably like maybe like a introspection towards COVID. Like maybe her concert got canceled. I don't know. It just was exactly that. Oh yeah, and the Charlie track. Song about Travis Kelce's dick. Yeah. It came and went. Yeah, it was a forgettable album. And I think it's okay. You know, if you like it, sure, I guess, go ahead. But it was a forgettable album, and I think that's like, you know, there's no running from it. Bye, Emiliano. Which, like, okay, here's the thing is, I mean, Tortured Poets Department was just total fucking poop. Total fucking poop. Don't care. Which, okay, this was another thing during quarantine where it's like, I kind of get it, but some people would get really fucking worked up if you were playing songs on shuffle and then you would get like a random Taylor Swift song and it wasn't like one of the Taylor's versions when it could have been. Like some people would be like, make sure to stream Taylor's version. Make sure to fucking do that. And I'll be like, oh fuck, man, come on. Like this is like a tenth of a cent, man. Like I get it. Sure, like I can kind of like co-sign like the general idea, but then also at the same time I feel like in this conversation, while I'm all for like kind of sticking it to the record labels, she's also like, you know, it's not like she's a fucking like broke indie artist. Like it's not that fucking big of a deal. Like I'm not obviously gonna go out of my way or like whatever, but it was just like a lot of like random shit. And you know, I look back a lot of it and I'm just like, I was like too fucking young to manage like a chat room full of people. Like I was just too young and it was like COVID and I had like, my brain was so fucking broken that like I was just like, I don't know what the fuck to do, bro. I don't know what to do. Everything goes out of control. And now, you know, everyone's like more adult, and sometimes the chat, you know, it's like it's a normal thing. It's, I think like in a massive group of people, mob mentality or whatever, people, you know, it all goes a little crazy sometimes. I think that's natural. But it also helps that everyone's a little older. I do think Taylor does have one good album left in her. I think so too. But I think she needs to like, I don't know what needs to happen, but like some kind of like disconnection. I honestly kind of believed in Showgirl. I was like, the idea seems kind of interesting, and then it just didn't feel like it committed to like that kind of vision, really. I don't even remember COVID times at all. I know is somehow I put like 300 hours into Borderlands 3. She needs the guy from the National back. He has like, my best friend, one of my best friends is a huge The National head, and I feel really bad because I know the isolation of like desperately trying to get your friends to listen to something and they just like, it won't click for them, because that has been me with The National and him like just constantly trying to, you know, because it literally happened the other day, because we both have this where like, you know, over the years we've realized that we both have a tendency to get a little bit fixated on things and then really want to talk about it. And I messaged him about Death Cab, because I was like reading about it, and he was like, bro, I've been waiting for this for like 4 years because I've had nobody to talk to about this like I could with you. And I was like, that's so fucking real, because that's what I kind of like recently. Really, it was the 9 Inch Nails thing, because I was like really trying to talk to everybody about it, and like a lot of people were like hitting me with the, oh, that's pretty interesting, but I was like, oh no, like you don't fucking get it, dude. Like he was like going to fucking learn like computer science or some shit, and then he realized like I gotta do something with my life, so he made this music, and everybody kept telling him it's shit fucking music, it'll never go anywhere. And he just like stuck through it, and now he's, you know, and he got sober, and he there's like so much interesting stuff here, and it's like everybody's like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. So it's like, you know, did you tell them he was one of the people who invented sex? That's how I should have. Oh, can I put on the 9 Inch Noise album? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking put it on. But then here's the thing: is when you do find someone to talk to about these like interests that you develop, it feels so fucking good. It feels so good. Like recently, dude, like the kind, like I can't even explain the conversations that I've been having about Interpol with my friend, because like it's just like I don't know what fucking rabbit hole we've gone down now, at least, because like it's just like we're at a point now where like we're analyzing like 5-second concert clips and then like turning that into a whole thing, and like it's like I'm like 27 years old, man. I gotta get a grip. What Interpol album do you recommend? I mean, Turn on the Bright Lights is like, I think they're like the kind of band where like you got to start with that album, and then because that's like the one that everybody considers a classic, and then you got to go from there. Because like recently I've been thinking a lot about the frontman of Interpol, Paul Banks. He has this side project called Banks and Steels with RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan. And as just like an idea, it is so fucking cool. The music is, it would have been hype in like 2015 over like a FIFA compilation. It's not really that good overall. It's like, I don't know, like a lot of it kind of, it's like cute, but like as like a concept, I think it's so fucking awesome, because it's like two members of two different New York music scenes. You know, obviously like Wu-Tang Clan being like one of the most iconic hip hop groups of all time, and Interpol being this like iconic New York indie rock post-punk revival band. The two of them coming together and making music together, I think that is just like so fucking sick. And the fact that it wasn't even Paul, for some reason in my head I'm like, this seems like Paul Banks was the one that like really wanted this to happen. For some reason it was RZA. RZA for some reason went to like his manager and said, I really want to make a project with Paul Banks of Interpol. And to me that is like so fucking random. And then like they did tours with it, and like the crowds were so small, and I'm like, I really want to know like who the fuck went to these shows. But like I also think it's like so cool at the same time. I don't know, like I've just been like reading about that nonstop. I need you to listen to more industrial now. Dude, I used to be really into this like is the album good? The album is It's like what like a bunch of like 50-year-old men would think is really cool. It's like, I'm not gonna lie, like I love them, but like so much of like the vision of the album makes me laugh so much. Like I look at the cover and I'm like, why is he like, hold on, let me pull this up. Like, look, oh my god, they still have a whole ass website. Like, this makes me laugh so hard because I'm like, why is he praying? Who told him to do this? Like, I just think it's so fucking, there's so much of it that's so funny. Stop the pout. And then, like, there's like the really charming element of it is that Paul Banks was a really big fan of Hot Ones. So they got on the show because it was like before Hot Ones became like massive. So somehow they got like an episode of Hot Ones. And the whole time Paul Banks is like, man, I'm like such a big fucking fan of the show. And RZA has like no fucking idea what's going on. And his interview is the least watched. Like, it's so sweet. It's so fucking sweet. But then it makes me sad because they didn't do the full Hot Ones gauntlet because there was 2 of them. So they did 5 wings. And I'm like, no, give him the whole fucking thing. You had to give him, this was his one fucking chance to be on the show and you didn't even give him all the wings. And then people in the comments are like, you gotta have Paul Banks on again so he can have all the wings. And I'm like, brother, they're not having Paul Banks on again. They're not having his ass on, man. That was the one chance, man. Anyways, Industrial. I used to be really into this hip hop group called Dalek. And they make kind of like, it's like a little bit industrial hip hop. It's like I was dude, oh, wait, let me find it. I can't remember which song it was, but there was one song on this album and I was like, holy fuck, I used to like ascend me. Oh shit. Was it Speak Volumes? It's been so long since I've listened to them. What site is that? Oh, this is just my beautiful streaming platform title. I fucking love it, man. It's so good. I asked my oomp if he's ever listened to 9 Inch Nails, and he said we saw them live at Roskilde Festival last summer, but I can't remember. Oh, dude, that's the worst when you see an artist live when you're not ready to even fully appreciate it. Band called Severed Heads have some good industrial. They were Mount Kimby DJ kicks. Dude, Daisy Bip, you are one of those chatters where this album, I remember you fucking with this album. And the reason I remember you fucking with this album is because I loved this album when it came out. Nobody in my life fucked with this album as much as I did. I never found another person that fucked with this album. And then I brought it up on stream one time. And then I think it was you that was like, oh my God, this album is so good. And I was like, what the fuck? And this happens with so many chatters where I'm like, oh my God, this is actually the best fucking job in the universe because now I can crowdsource chatters to talk to someone who gets me. Someone who gets my like album that I liked from 2017. And now it's like a lot of you guys are like, also a lot of you guys have been fucking with 9 Inch Nails. And now like a lot of you guys are getting into 9 Inch Nails at the same time as me. And it's like, it's fucking hype. It's beautiful, but dude, it's amazing. I thought the same when you got into folk music. Fuck yes. Then why'd you time them out for 300 seconds in 2024? Let me see. Wait, there's 3 mod actions. 2024 timed out twice. Actually, I timed out Daisy Bib for 300 seconds. Actually, I timed out Daisy Bib for 60 seconds. And then 2021, Drew ABC's timed out Daisy Bib for 60 seconds, which you get a pass on that. That one you get a pass on. I'm sure mine were 100% valid and legitimate timeouts. Oh, dude. Do you think you could name all your mods? Okay, let me try. Starting with the classic. Kayak Lamau. Then we got ZZZ Bree, Mads Dogie, Romy Binky Cat, Hey Romy Bunny, Angelina's, Lucy, ASAP Diana, is that it? I feel like I'm forgetting something. You forgot Prezzo? Well, Prezzo is my friend. Quabi Shade? Okay, Quabi and Prezzo don't count. Missing one goat? Who am I missing? Right, so you hate Kayak. No, I named Kayak first. Grayson. That's right, Grayson. Is GayJ still modded? I'm pretty sure GayJ got fired. GayJ was let go. Sorry, guys. Economy's in a bad place. Yeah, I said Bree. Don't ask me to name VIPs because every day a VIP shows up. Which, Dracos, are you the VIP that I was like, who are you? I really didn't mean that in like a negative way. I just was really confused. Because I had not... Like, I didn't mean it in a bad way. I was just really confused as to why you had VIP because I had like no memory of that happening. Which... That happens sometimes when... I mean, I've had people that I VIP like the week before, and then they show up the next week, and I'm like, who the hell are you? I get it. I was long gone for like 3 years. Okay, so people were just fucking gaslighting me. Because people were acting like you were here every week. But like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I've been doing this so long that sometimes I'll see an oomph that I haven't seen in years, and I'm like, oh my fucking god. I fucking forgot that I used to know this person. Like another like streamer or something. I'm like, oh my god, I just haven't like thought about this in a while. Which I think I'm like the same for like most people that I've met during this because I've just stopped using social, so I'm not really... When I see chatters from when I first started watching you, when we pull up the VODs and it's like everybody has their fucking docs on the screen because they had their full name as their username. Am I the only one that thinks Trent Reznor sounds like Mordecai regular show? Dude, I think Julian Casablancas and some of the Strokes songs sounds like Matthew McConaughey, and it trips me out. Like on fucking, there's a part on Selfless where he just sounds exactly like Matthew McConaughey, and every single time it's like a beautiful song, but like every single time I hear his voice, it's all I can think about in this like one specific part of the song. Selfless is so fucking good. It is. Which then, you know what makes me think about? Rick Rubin. Because Rick Rubin was an executive producer on that. And like, I've just always been really fucking... First of all, I don't like him. Because I think he's a piece of shit. But I'm just so fascinated as to how he's become, how he made his career. Because, like, obviously there's something to the process that is so amazing of him sitting there, him, like, showing up to the studio with his bare feet. He's never has shoes on, and he always has the same... I don't think he's changed clothes in the last, like, 40 years. I was literally saying to my friend that, like, because we were like talking about Rick Rubin, and I was like, I feel like people just say yes to his ideas to get him out of the studio because like the stench of his feet is fucking overbearing, and they need to get him the fuck out. So when he's like, yeah, add a guitar there, they just say yes, in the hopes that he fucking bails immediately. But then at the same time, I'm like, bro, this guy is such a fucking fraud. Because he goes on these interviews and he's like, I'm a Zen grandpa. Meditation and Buddhism, I love it. Peace and love. Dude, 2018, you could open up his Twitter account. This guy was fucking retweeting some like niche ass alt-right rhetoric. Like, it wasn't even mainstream, bro. He was going niche with it. He was fucking practicing in theory that was like fucking God knows how you even like reach those levels, bro. Like there's like a whole like thing, like a little rumor / theory about how he's the one that introduced Kanye to like Candace Owens and like all those people. And he just keeps giving these fucking interviews where he's got the long fucking beard and he's got the messy hair. And he's like, yeah, I just go to the studio. And okay, like I said, obviously, I guess there's something about the process that works because he keeps getting invited back and he has his name on all these like crazy albums. But like, when he has to like defend his role in the music production during an interview, it is so fucking funny. Because it literally sounds like he can't fucking think of an adequate reason as to why he should be in the studio. Because he's just like constantly reinforcing the smallest things where it's like, well, I give you the space and confidence to explore your vision freely. And I'm like, what the hell kind of LinkedIn fucking bullshit is this? The most famous backseater of all time. There's so many comments saying it would be awesome to hang out with. They don't even know. My first exposure to him, I'm gonna be honest, man. Like, obviously I listened to Eminem growing up, dude. I grew up in fucking Estonia, dude. Like, obviously I listened to Eminem. 2013, Marshall Mathers LP 2 came out and Toontown was closing down. And it was a horrible time of my life. I was just listening to Berserk by Eminem on repeat, and I'd watch the music video, and I'd be like, who the fuck is that old guy? And I was thinking like, oh, this song has like kind of like a guitar on it. It must have been the old man that played the guitar. So since the age of like fucking 14, I've been falling for this man's scams because he doesn't even fucking know how to play the guitar. You could take like probably 2 hours of a guitar lesson and probably play better than fucking Rick Rubin. And he's spent thousands of hours in studios. Sorry, I'm like, I just hate him. I hate him and his fucking grift, bro. Cause like this is the stupidest shit too, is when like an artist announces, guys, my next album is produced by Rick Rubin. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. And then it's like, you know, it like goes back to like Yeezus era Kanye, where like a lot of people were attributing the fucking sound of that album to Rick Rubin, and I think it was purely just because he has a long fucking beard. Because he has a long beard and he looks like he would play in like a metal band. Like people were just fucking talking out of their fucking ass. When in reality, you know, there were a lot of other very great producers behind that album. Like, yeah, Arca was on that, and also there was a heavy like fucking Death Grips influence as well. I mean, obviously Kanye fucking heard like a fucking Death Grips song and was like, okay, cool, we need more of this. Daft Punk was there. Fucking Jack Donahue from fucking Salem was involved, like Chief Keef. And what happens? Instead of any of these people getting their fucking flowers, Rick Rubin. What? Because he took his fucking socks off? Get the fuck out of here. Like, they played him a track and he was like, oh, yo, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, man. Who the fuck is Rick Rubin? Okay, in case you don't know and you haven't looked him up yet, let me show you a picture of him. Just so, this is kind of like a wanted poster, okay? Because he does like interviews sometimes. Don't fall for this man's scam, okay? He walks around looking like Santa Claus. He's not Santa Claus. Look at this. He never has shoes on. He looks like he wandered into the fucking studio off the street. Which, like, it is the look that makes you think that he's a genius. If he was just like a bald guy with no beard, like if he looked like Jack Antonoff, and like imagine Jack Antonoff in an interview being like, yeah, all I do is go to the fucking studio and just say the song's pretty good, and like, yeah, you should maybe like add a couple of drums there. Everybody would be like, who is this fucking guy? She looks 21. Just left Pink Panther's concert and 3 people passed out and 1 grabbed my boob to stay upright. Oh my god. I think I would faint too if I saw Pink Panthers live at this point in my life, but I'd probably just take the fall. I'd probably just fall straight up. Me personally, I would just fall. Some dude had to put his twink over his show and carry him out. Oh my god, it was war in there. Guys, what is the worst concert you've ever been to? Bon Jovi? The Strokes? Really? I mean, okay, I think the Strokes have off days. I think from what I've read, I think they very much depend on whether they're having a good day and they're feeling up for it. Julian was so drunk he couldn't even speak. Playboy Cardi was pretty awful. Yeah, I've seen some pretty awful Playboy Cardi sets. I haven't seen him live, but I've seen like videos of it. Demi Lovato, Tu Hollis, Remy Wolf. She was good, but her fans piss me off. I'll be honest, Tu Hollis live sucks balls. There are some artists where my problem sometimes is artists that don't, like, they just play the MP3 of the song, which means they're like performing over their own vocals. I've been to live shows where they do that, and I've just always been I've kind of been like, I don't know, man. Like, just like rehearse a little bit, and you can like find the fucking pacing on your own. Like, you don't need the backing track. The opener for Hayley Williams is kind of bad, but the whole band is non-binary, so I'll let it slide. The Cure's playing at the same festival as Nina in August. No, so is that worth checking out? I mean, if that's at a festival, then I would say so. What happened to Minx? I think all I'll say about Minx is that I've always been like pretty sad about it, and I think she's one of the people I think about when I think that LA, like, kind of moving into that kind of bubble can really enable a lot of like the worst in you, you know? And I think she kind of like spiraled it down to like a lot of kind of a bad road, and I was really sad about it, because I had really like some of my like sweetest and most fun memories were with her. But it was like a thing where, like, kind of for everybody, it just reached the point, you know. But you know, I hope the best for her. I do. I hope she finds peace in a good place in life. Fontaine's DC was the worst concert I've ever been to. Sucks because they were amazing, but the guys who were there were genuinely evil, and I almost got trampled by some 6'5" guy. You're the only person I've heard talk about how Rick is a fraud. His Joe Rogan interview about the secrets of creativity pisses me off. Dude, it's kind of annoying because he does have like one of the best Trent Reznor interviews that I found, because he kind of just lets Trent Reznor talk. But then he does like butt in every now and then to like kind of be like, oh, you're just like me. And it's like, no, he's not like you, okay? This guy spent a year in a room fucking pulling wires out of synths to get the perfect sound, okay? He was fucking living and breathing this, okay? And he had his shoes on while he was doing it. Home Depot Fofo, thank you so much. Thank you. So, like, I don't know. It's kind of interesting to me because there's obviously something that artists value in him. Like, so many of my favorite artists have kind of hyped him up. And I do think it's the fact that he probably is, like, a pretty good yes man, or, like, gently, like, nudges people or whatever. But like I hate the whole talk of him being like some kind of fucking creative visionary. Like I just can't fucking stand it. Thought you were talking about Joe Rogan interviewing Trent. No. God, I hate the side of Joe Rogan, dude. I can't even fucking. Have you heard La Mer from Nine Inch Nails? Yes. Yes, yes. I like the idea that everyone fucks with him because he just lets them do them. Yeah, I feel like there is probably like some of that because so in the Trent Reznor interview, he talks about making his first album and how his label flew him out to London to work with this like producer. And they had booked like 2 weeks of studio time, and it was this like big make or break thing because this was like the big, you know, it wasn't really like he was shopping around for producers. He didn't really have a choice. He was a new artist, so this was like the producer that he was given, and he had to work with him. And like pretty much immediately, he realized that there was no fucking chemistry between them at all. He had flown out to like the UK in hopes of like really putting down this like new music, and he immediately realized that this guy just kind of had a vision that very much just wanted to kind of bulldoze everything that he had in mind. And then obviously there's like a lot of like label politics and shit where they'll put you in rooms with producers that kind of want you to go towards the sound that they find fitting for your work or whatever. So I can see it being like a thing of they find someone like Rick Rubin who is in there who will just be like, yeah, man, that sounds great. Yes. Yes. You should make this song, you know? And I think the charisma is what plays into it too. I think he's very charismatic, which charisma is just such an important factor in so much of success. Is if you're able to really charm people, then you can get them to do fucking anything, I guess. If you're charismatic, you were born with a buff. Yeah. 100%. It's also like kind of like, you know, there's a lot of like the Hans Zimmer fraud allegations are like coming more to the surface, especially now that there was like that whole thing about like him being transphobic. But he was another guy where like I think he at a certain point just started phoning it in, and he was like acting more as a brand than an actual artist. Where like if you would commission Hans Zimmer, instead of getting like the guy Hans Zimmer, he would have his company of, you know, people that worked under him that would make the music, and then he would slap his own name on it, and then you would get that's the product that you would get. Zimmer is transphobic. Yeah, there was someone that worked with them, with him, that said that after they had come out, there was just like there was a lot of like really weird shit. So like I like forget like the whole extent of it, but there was like transphobic like sticky notes and shit, like jokes about it, and like it was just odd. It was very weird. I'm sure if you Google it, you'll find it. But like he's been having like just like general fraud allegations for a while now, which is another one of those guys where like, you know, you go under his music on YouTube and there are people that kind of hail him as God, which like, yeah, like the soundtracks are iconic, the film scores are iconic or whatever, but like who made them? And also there's better IMO, there's better film composers, I would say. I guess like a lot of people like that do end up cruising just on like brand recognition. Angel bottle of Menti outsold. Dude. The video of him describing how they came up with the Twin Peaks theme is, I think, like one of the best videos I've ever seen in my life. It's so good. Like, let's watch this shit. Sorry to pause the peak, but we're pausing it for more peak.
This is the keyboard that all the major themes were created for Twin Peaks. It's an old Fender Rhodes and kind of beat up. And David would sit right over here, right to the right of me, and we would put a little cassette just about over here on this keyboard, just keep it in record and just keep it playing. David would sit here and I'd say, well, what do you see, David? What is, just talk to me. And David would say, okay, Angelo, we're in a dark woods now. And there's a soft wind blowing through some sycamore trees. And there's a moon out and there's some animal sounds in the background. And you can hear the hoot of an owl. And you're in the dark woods, you know, just get me into that beautiful darkness with the soft wind. And I started playing. And David would say, Angelo, that's great. I love that. That's a good mood. But can you play it slower? And I'd say, slower, David? Okay. And I'd go,
Oh.
He says, that's it. That's a good tempo. Just keep it going slow like that. Just keep that going for a while. And in David's mind, you can just see that he was visualizing the description that he envisioned. Then he would say, okay, Angelo, now we got to make a change, because from behind a tree in the back of the woods, there's this very lonely girl. Her name is Laura Palmer, and it's very sad, but get something that matches her. And I just segued into this. And he'd say, well, that's it. It's very beautiful. I could see her. And she's walking towards the camera and she's coming closer. Just keep building it. Just keep building it. And she's getting close. Now reach some kind of climax. And I would go, oh. And he said, oh, that's it. Oh, that's so beautiful. Angelo, oh, that's tearing my heart out. I love that. Just keep that going. Now, she's starting to leave. So fall down. Keep falling. Keep falling. Keep falling. Now go back into the dark woods. That's it. Keep going. Just keep it going. Very quiet and mysterious. David got up, he gave me a big hug. He said, Angelo, that's Twin Peaks. I said, okay, David, I'll go home and I'll work on it. He said, Angelo, don't do a thing and don't change a signal note. I see Twin Peaks. And that's how it
Dude.
was done.
Like, that is magic. Number one, the way he tells the story is fucking perfect. Because you can literally hear David. He like nailed a really good David Lynch impression. Really good. But it was just like, it just puts you perfectly in that fucking moment. Really good. And I just love understanding how two creatives collaborate. I love when two artists kind of go in depth about how they manage to work off each other and how they found that chemistry. You know what I mean? Because, okay, I'm going to take it back to Nine Inch Nails. What I discovered was, because, you know, I'd always known like Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. And I guess I just figured that both of them had been in Nine Inch Nails since the beginning. But then I learned, you know, in my recent education that Nine Inch Nails has been always like mainly Trent Reznor, with him like having different bandmates. But he's always been the one to make the music. And there's so many interviews of him back in the day where he was like, yeah, I just make all the music myself because, like, I don't know. I guess that's just how it's been, and that's how it'll always be. Because he had like really a lot of trouble finding a creative partner. And then he met Atticus Ross like later into his career, and they found this beautiful chemistry between each other to the point where he ended up inviting him to Nine Inch Nails. Like, that's incredible. That's so fucking beautiful. He like even talked about how he like Atticus Ross helped him rediscover his love for music and shit. Like, that's awesome. You gotta watch Lost Highway. Yeah, I do. I need to continue my watches. Because, like, also what I found really interesting about Trent Reznor is when he's asked about like his creative process, he always talks about how like he did something because it was fun to do. Because like he was literally like when he was like doing that what was like the GQ video or something where he went through like his discography. Him and Atticus Ross went through it. There were a lot of those where he would just be like, yeah, I mean, this was like really fun to do. Even like the Tron soundtrack, which I heard that movie was mid. I didn't watch it, but he was talking about like, yeah, they kind of asked us to go by Nine Inch Nails, and it was kind of fun because it made us like approach it from like a whole other perspective, where instead of like letting the kind of movie grow the music, we got to like kind of, you know, go in with like a set vision. Brian Eno knows how to make an ambient album. Brian Eno is fucking awesome. Brian Eno is another man that I'm very fascinated by. And he has like a very rich history of like all the different things that he's worked on, all the different styles of music that he's made. Brian Eno and his work with David Byrne. Dude, Brian Eno and his fucking his work with like everybody. His work with fucking Coldplay. Like, I'm gonna be honest, it's peak, man. I'm not listening to the Coldplay haters that pull up every time I fucking try to glaze some Coldplay stuff from the first, you know, like decade that they were active. And also like Brian Eno making the fucking, what did he make, like the Windows 98 sound? Windows 95. This was Brian Eno, bro. Brian Eno did that. Like, it's kind of crazy. That guy just has some good ass ears on him. He knows what's good. He did Spore too. Oh yeah, Spore. Fuck, dude, that Spore stream was fucking fun. Ambient music in general is really fucking interesting too. I mean, it's one of my favorite genres. But like, I just don't know how they do it. I don't know how to. It's like one of those things where like, if you don't really care for it, or if you know, don't give a fuck, then you're probably like, well, it's not that hard. They just fucking do bam, 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 bam. But like, no, bro. Yeah, I fuck with OPN. I love OPN. I think OPN is goated. My boyfriend makes ambient music. He made a whole damn album for my birthday. Oh, that's fucking beautiful. That's the best kind of. I think that's like, when it comes to musician boyfriends, that's like one of the best to have. When they make ambient music, that's fucking goated. Trying to like trying to think of like my group, my not group, dude. I was about to say grouper. I spoiled one of the fucking artists I was gonna name. I was gonna say I'm trying to think of my goated ambient artist, and then I just said grouper out loud immediately without even finishing the sentence. But yeah, grouper's one of them. Grouper's one of them. Obviously, Aphex Twin. Tim Hecker. Fucking hold on. There's this one artist called Gas. GAS. Who does like, yeah, I guess it's like ambient techno. Holy fuck, dude. So good. So good. But then that's the thing about Nine Inch Nails is, holy fuck, there's some really fucking, well, you know, they ended up, they've made some like full on like ambient projects recently. But like some of these albums, it's like one song, it's like shit like this, right? And then it goes to the next track and it's like the most like fucking beautiful little ambient piece you've heard. Like, fuck. Teen Suicide side project called Ricky Eat Acid has some good ambient. That's a Teen Suicide side project? I didn't fucking know, bro. I've been listening to Ricky Eat Acid. I did not fucking know that. They got 10 million side projects. Bro, it's like the motherfucker from Death Cab where it's like a song will come on and shuffle and it's like, bro, what? I fucking hear that. I recognize that voice. Which, like, hold on, I can't, listen, I don't know if this is gonna nuke some people. I need to fucking play this song. Hold on. Dude. Title and registration by Death Cab for Cutie. Well, now I can't put it on right now because, like, hold on, we gotta, like, listen to this part a little bit. Bro, this part is fucking crazy. First time I was properly listening to this song, I was like, why the fuck is this guy talking about a glove compartment? What is he even fucking on about? And then it hits, and you're like, oh. What is it called? Title and registration. Oh, this part. Like, yes, bro. He's got that, like, same beautiful soyness to him that Phil Elverum has. You know what I mean? Like, I listen to Phil Elverum and I'm like, this is so beautifully soy. I'm obsessed. Sounds like Cave Town to me. I'm sorry. I don't know what that means. Joke's on you. This soyness is a bit much for me. You know what? You know what I'll tell you, Angel? It was for me at first, too. It grows on you. It grows on you. At first, you're like, ah. And then it... I think this song is what... Like, because I like Transatlanticism a lot, because 6 Feet Under put me on. But then I listened to this, and then it, like, really converted me. The Glow Part 2. The Glow Part 2. God, this album is so fucking awesome. When, like, you're listening to this album front to back and then you gotta listen to some Wind for, like, 2 minutes. You just gotta sit there and listen to some Wind for a little bit. Like the Tamagotchi album you made. I also made it my Tamagotchi life, and everyone's obsessed with it. All my me's are depressed. Dude, they love it. The song that fucking... This Anthony Fantano cover. They covered Anthony Fantano. The Anthony Fantano original, I Felt Your Shape, covered by Phil Elverum. Oh. Dude, the fucking, like... And then trying to put people onto this song is like, hold on, you gotta wait. You gotta wait. You're like, you gotta wait a second. And you just keep saying that for like 4 minutes. The Glow came out as the same day as that Slayer album, and I think it's beautiful. Didn't this album come out on 9/11? Yeah. Yeah, this album came out on 9/11. What name is this artist? The Microphones. Do you know about this? I feel like you should know about this if not. Oh, the Werner Herzog thing? Werner Herzog just so happened to be there to stop Joaquin Phoenix from incinerating himself after a car crash. On January 26, 2006, while driving down a winding canyon road in Hollywood, Phoenix veered off the road and flipped his car. The crash was reportedly caused by brake failure. Shaken and confused, he heard someone tapping on his window and telling him to just relax. Sorry, I can't do it good. Unable to see the man, Phoenix replied, I'm fine. I am relaxed. The man replied, no, you're not. The man then stopped Phoenix from lighting a cigarette while gasoline was leaking into the car cabin. Phoenix realized that the man was German filmmaker Werner Herzog. While Herzog helped Phoenix out of the wreckage by breaking the back window of the car, bystanders called an ambulance. Phoenix later approached Herzog to express his gratitude. Bro, if I just got into a car crash and Werner Herzog is tapping on my fucking window, I would have thought I'm dead. I would have looked at it, I've been like, well, I just fucking died. Great. When just as Werner Herzog before reading it, I thought he did something bad. I was so scared. No, that's it's him being a guardian angel. Anyways, listen to this. Listen to this. Yes, bro. Yes. I haven't listened to this in a while. You know Daniel Avery, right? That name rings a bell to me. I don't know if I know. Maybe I've heard a track or something. Oh, hold on. I just love it. I love it. You get into Jason Molina. Jason. Someone sent me this. Nah, this is definitely an Owen recommendation. I know Owen has sent me this. And I forgot to listen. God, this song is so good too, bro. Wait. Play Just Be Simple after this. Alright, I'll do it. Play next. God, he's so beautiful and soy and soft and delicate. Arthur Russell. Yes, I think I listened to something by Arthur Russell. Someone sent me Arthur Russell at some point. Sorry, I was so proud of this. Okay, this is way fucking better than mine, dude. Are you fucking kidding? This is like spot on. This is like 10 times better than mine, bro. I just took the fucking elephant emoji. But then wait, it gets even crazier. That's the crazy part. God damn, bro. The song is called The Glow Part 2. No, I've never gone into the Swans. I think I tried once, like 7 years ago, and I forgot to go back. But I feel like I'd like it. Or you do Don't Listen to Crow Looked at Me. I've listened to it twice in my life. It's like a fucking... Oh, hold on. Hold on. Oh. 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 Best part about Phil Elverman is he kind of looks like Sips. There's like a vague similarity between him and Sips. Where's my fucking song queue at? God damn it. Did they change this? Where's my... There it is. Next up, we got Just Be Simple by Jason Molina. First listen, like I'm Big Quint. Silver Jews, peak alert. Yes, Trains Across the Sea. When he says that he's like over how many years he's drank like 50,000 beers, and you start doing the math. Wait, watch this. Dude, Big Quint is listening with us. He's singing. Oh. Wait, this is genius, bro. Why have I not done music listening streams with Big Quentin in the background before? This is him reacting to Damn, by the way. Oh, he's eating. What song is this? This is Just Be Simple by Jason Molina. Need to see him dance to I Kissed a Girl from Outer Space by Arthur Russell. I'm taking, putting that in the queue. This is nice. I hit a like on it because this is the kind of shit I also have to go back to and like really, really listen to it. Songs like this, it's like first time you get the vibe, second time you start listening to the words, and then the third time you're like, all right, yeah, this is some real ass shit. What the fuck is he talking? Put the music on, man. Oh, he's eating now. Oh, God.
World! I just wanna know! I just wanna know, bruh! Let's wearing fucking German Jews out in this bitch!
Do you like Mark Kozik and Red House Painters? Yeah, I do. I just, you know. I like the music. Oh, sorry, I'm new. Gotcha. No. You're good. You're good. You're good. Oh. Wait, this is groovy. I once put 2 Fort map ambience over this guy's reactions. With Smog? Oh, Smog. I love Smog. Dude, this isn't at all what I expected to sound like. Arthur singing about kissing women and being gay. Arthur Russell's gay? I got a lot to learn. This is my introduction to Big Quint. Dude, in like 2017, not a single album release would be complete without Big Quint dancing to it.
White people be like,
Retsuayu.
Andrew Garfield lover, thanks so much. Wait, I gotta like this. Pressing like. Wait, I queued up a Smog song. My favorite Smog song. Oh, he's feeling it. He's feeling it. I don't really care. It was low-key funny as fuck when Chiblee got into Bill Callahan, the guy singing. Because he would message me and be like, do you know anything about Bill Callahan's politics? I just feel like I shouldn't look too deep, but like I'm curious. Bill Callahan has a very small cameo role in the movie Pola X by Leos Carax. It's my favorite random crossover. Bro, that's like how fucking Mark Kozlik is in that movie. Well, it's not like that. Let's not compare anyone to Mark Kozlik, but it's like how Mark Kozlik is in fucking. What is that movie called? Almost Famous. Dude, it's so fucking jarring seeing him in that movie, man. Song used to piss me off when it would queue up, but I love it now. I just love it because it's like fucking a bunch of sounds going on in my brain. Oh, but he didn't fuck with it. He had to go. He had to leave. You like Fiona Apple? I was listening to a little bit of Fiona Apple in 2022, and then I forgot to go back. What is the Fiona Apple album that I need to listen to? I feel like Fiona Apple is probably not like an on-stream listen. I feel like I gotta sit down and all of them. Okay, where do I start? All of them. Okay, where do I start? When the Pawn. All right. Song. I feel like the mother of the world. Oh, feel like the mother of the world. Let me look at my like songs. I haven't looked in this in a while. Switching over from Spotify kind of fucking killed everything for me, to be honest. Oh, like the mother of the world. Like the mother of the world. Super Monkey Ball's got to return one day so we can do another chat post. Yeah, I just wonder how I do it. Can you make like shared YouTube playlists? Because that would probably be the easiest way to do it if that was a real fucking thing I could do. Oh, wait, what is the Björk song I've been thinking about recently? What's the one that goes like boom, 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 boom? Actually, I don't know if it goes like that. Hold on, I gotta think about this. Hunter. Wait, is this? Army of me. Army of me. It's Army of me. But this one is good too. Army of me. Which one is Army of me on? Is it here or is it on debut? Army of me post. Oh. Oh. Sucker punch. Sucker punch. Two people sing sucker punch at the same time. Maybe there's something to it. Bro, that's hilarious. I really fucking lured everyone in by saying, we'll do some Tamagotchi today. And I said, my father is dying. For 3 hours. Army of me. Low key, like, it's nights like this when you realize, like, Prezzo was real as fuck for a year straight, taking his shirt off and just listening to music on stream. I've missed having just chatting though, low key. It's fun. I just really fucking. Oh, look at this lit ass stream playlist, dude. What the hell? 2 songs? I gave up. The song does something to freak me out. It legit makes me so unsettled. It's okay. Submit to yourself. Submit to yourself to it. Is it okay to recommend music? It's always okay to recommend music. I don't always get to it, but it's always okay to take a chance. Plus, someone in chat might pick it up too. It does have some 9 Inch Nails energy. Army of me. Army of me. Army of me. Oh my god, I gotta queue up Trains Across the Sea because it was mentioned. And then we can do the maths on how much beer he drinks per year. Yes. 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 But yeah, Loki, we do need the shared playlist because I need new music bad. Do you fuck with Built to Spill, Dinosaur Jr., or Pavement? I do fuck with Pavement. I haven't listened to Built to Spill. Song's so good I get pissed off I didn't write it first. No, I listen to this kind of shit. I'm like, man, why didn't I do this? I got like a deep voice and I'm depressed. But then my music would be ass probably. Do you listen to any punk? Not really, but I think it's because I haven't really tried. Like, I think I could get into it. No one on the same streaming service anymore. YouTube, I feel like there's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way. Oh, dude, guys, this just hasn't been evening all day long. Like, what the hell? See, the good thing is we don't really need Super Monkey Balls anymore because I don't really give a shit anymore. I don't care anymore, to be honest. You're 27, you're close to 50K beers. Yeah, true. 50,000 beers. Damn, that's a lot of beers. Please keep monkey. I mean, it's not going anywhere. I'll probably go live at like some point on it when I get back into like Toontown. Probably. I feel like maybe I don't like. There's still a part of me that cares maybe a little bit. So I like. I feel like I have to. I can't just like run Toontown on stream like that. Can't do it to people. I can't do it. If he started drinking at 21, it's 7,142.8571428 beers a year. /they did the math. You can check it out after the stream if you want. Bookmark. Do I like Title Fight? Title Fight is, I think, like a band where I think like a bunch of people in my chat got super. Hello?
Wait, this actually worked? Oh, fuck.
Hello? Wait, is mine work?
Where's my microphone?
Yeah, you sound like you're in a bathroom.
Is it that?
No.
No. Is it this?
Yes, whatever that was. You okay there, buddy? Wait, hold on. Let's everybody. Let's get a quick hit of Stone in Focus, real quick. Just like a quick, like little sniff of Stone in Focus. Hold on. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
What the fuck? I mean, I shouldn't have used the fucking J. Cole reaction, dude. Of course he's not moving. He's listening to Wet Dreams. I could disassociate to this, dude. That's what it's for, man. That's what it's for. Wait, he's got. Dude, did you see that? He did it to the music. He did that. What is that? Oh. Wait, hold on. A little bit of Future. Who remembers this fucking classic, dude? I Serve the Bass by Future. God, this beat is fucking crazy. That Aphex Twin Future transition was so good. Should I DJ? I can't decide what my set is, so I just fucking throw everything in there. Okay, hold on. Let me cook for a second. Was that W? Was that W transition? Wait, remix? Get him out of the kitchen. No. I'll save it with this. Watch. That was W, bro. That was awesome. Look, Big Quint loved it. There is not a single J. Cole song where you have to be doing this. Can you play this? Please don't dox me. Please don't dox me. Please don't dox me. Dude, isn't fucking Tidal... I honestly feel really sad for them. When you send a Tidal link, bro, it gives you an option for every streaming service. It is, like, so pathetic. They, like, know that you're not fucking sticking around for this shit. And then the worst part is, this is so convenient, but then I have to tell people, like, I'll send people the Tidal link, and they're like, oh, I don't have Tidal. And then I have to have this conversation 10,000 times. Where I'm like, no, if you just click on it, it'll give you an option to like go to your streaming service. So it doesn't even work because nobody fucking wants to click on it. Nobody wants to click on it to find out. Unicorn. Boom, 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 boom. Guys, you can link whatever, whenever. Have you heard The Wake Part 3 and 2 by Sloss and Malone? I'm going to make a nostalgic video of my hometown with it. No, I haven't heard it, but that sounds fucking... I like that. I like that idea. We're still doing Tomodachi today? Shit. Probably not. But like, a break is good. Because maybe tomorrow when I boot it up, I will boot it up for a little bit tomorrow before the movie. Just so we can check in. Because the thing is, like, I know when I boot up Tomodachi, it's like, tomorrow at least I'll be like, okay, I've got a bunch of people in here for a movie, so like I need to close it. But like I feel like when I boot up Tomodachi, it's like I'm trapped now for... Did you ever listen to Preacher's Daughter? Yes. Yes, I listened to Preacher's Daughter at one point, but I forgot to go back to it. But I liked what I heard, but I didn't go back. But I really liked Perverts. Perverts was awesome. What are we watching tomorrow? Okay, one of the movies I think we're going to make, No Country for Old Men. Call it. And then some people are saying, come on, which is such an insane vibe shift that like we might actually have to do it, to be honest with you. Oh, communist daughter. All right, we're ending off this session with Angel's Pulse recommendation, Unicorn by Bel Canto. It's the last song of the night. Everybody put your beer glass in the air. Can I give my music suggestion? Many Men by 50 Cent. Many Men. Many men wish mid upon me. Wait, I like this. Do you ever have a ending stream song? Oh my god, should we do it today? Should we, for old time's sake, should we do it today? Wait, I gotta fucking find it first. There it is. Dude, how's he actually turning into fucking Karl Marx? He's slowly morphing into Karl Marx. Wait, this is beautiful. Don't worry, to whoever's recommendations I did not get today, we'll do this again. This was fun. I'll do a big music stream where we can listen to everyone's music and find some good new music to put in our playlists. Google form. Yeah, that could be the move. Was that thing we did before with the song comms? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that shit gets messy, though. The title of this is Unicorn by Bel Canto. Bel Canto, Italian for beautiful song. Whoa. Wow. Dude, I gotta bring this back, dude. This fucking song is amazing. Kind of did your own Pavlov's dogs experiment on chat. Everyone gets depressed when they hear this. Dude, never play GTA 4. Never play GTA 4. If you hear this shit in GTA 4, bro, you're gonna die. But then look at this. Hold on. Let's listen to a little bit. Because it's like a song, you're picturing it, you're closing your eyes. You're kind of sailing away into the sunset. Like you're departing from something, which is what we're doing. We're ending the stream. That's it, Angelo. That's it. I see the stream ending. Hold on, but there's this one part. There's this one part in this. Like, if that isn't goodbye, what is? Right? Guys, thanks for watching. I'm going to send y'all the prezzo. If you want the late night vibes to continue, David Prezzo is on the scene, our correspondent, hailing out of Montreal, Canada, Quebec. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all the subs. Appreciate it. Catch you guys tomorrow. Bye now. Bye-bye.